Could have a juror in there that's a plant causing the disruption, and the foreman of the jury, foreperson, brings this to the judge's attention. We have a juror that's acting up. Do you think Robin Greenhill could be indicted? I think many people within Diddy's enterprises could be indicted. Vashta, Robin, Jessica Ruiz was another name mentioned. I'm not saying they did crimes because but you work for a Rico Enterprises, who knows? They could be used on other people down the line. JLR, you're giving me anxiety. I'm sorry. Not trying to get anyone anxiety. This stuff is a lot. I mean, think about the play. Think about the victims here. Think about Cassie. What Cassie's thinking right now, and Jane. What do you think they're thinking right now? Live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Marshals are out there. And here we are. Please, not another O.J. Simpson. Right? We're going to stick around. I'm not going anywhere. We'll listen in. We'll keep the volume up a little bit. Nothing out of the ordinary yet. Nothing that I've seen out of the ordinary yet. Verdict watch. Yeah, he could have a Bible in there. So how's everyone feeling? I got coffee. I don't have any popcorn. I ate popcorn at the movies the other day. And he would be a slap in the face of all victims, known and unknown. People would start getting into he bought the jurors, fame buys them freedom, that talk. FCA, the God, 36. You don't think all the jurors are going to be unanimous here. Roam, thank you. Hey, Carrie Lynn. Nice to see you. The feds didn't prosecute OJ. Diddy's in an exclusive club of Rico people. Feds don't throw around Rico all like that. Not all like that. They don't throw around Rico all like that. The feds. So he's in an exclusive club of Rico. Like an exclusive club. JLR, what is the federal government win rate when you don't take a plea deal? We discussed this. Average 200 people get acquitted on the federal level out of 75,000 cases averagely a year, they say. 200. Google it. About 200 people out of 75,000. Similar to like how many cases the Supreme Court sees a year. 100 out of thousands that get submitted. They say 94% of federal cases result in guilty pleas. 94%. Georgie says 97% conviction rate. Paula says it's 99%. It's up there. It's up there. It's up under, up over 95%. I know that. I think if it's 99 or 97. I'm going to do a little digging right now, see if it's officially 99. Has it gone up? Does that mean that the feds are getting better on their conviction from 97 to 99? It's pretty impressive. You get 99% conviction rate, so for every 100 convicts, one walks. 10 per 1,000. I knew the trial would be sooner than later. Hey, Jane Jones. Diddy has tried everything to get out on bond. Yeah, tried multiple times. He had the audacity to say his own security will watch him. All right, so we got an update. Juror number 5. Whoever jury number 5 is the foreperson. Juror number 5 is the foreperson. Juror number 5 is the foreperson. So I have to go back to jury selection, find out a little bit about juror number 5. Who do we got? Is jury number 5 male, female? Juror number 5. Is the foreperson. All right, juror number 5. People are saying female. And there is agreement on the laptop. It will be taken into them. Now we'll have a longer break. All right. Laptop. Evidence on a laptop. Got that too. Verdict watch. Swamp P. Diddy Combs trial. I wonder if the jury is going to say that he committed arson or conspired. So that's pretty quick selecting a foreperson. Probably about 15 minutes in, and they've already selected a foreperson. Got a foreperson. Verdict watch. We're on. It's on. The jurors will have an extensive verdict sheet to fill out. Not only do they have to determine if Combs is guilty or not guilty, on all 5 counts, but they also have to decide if the prosecution met the burden of proof for each offense under the RICO. 8. When they're done deliberating, they will fill out that sheet, and the foreperson will inform the court. New poll up. Now, this is centered around the RICO predicate arson. Arson. Now, some people might have a different view on the arson. Will Sean Combs be found guilty of arson as a RICO predicate? Now, see how it's not as wide as a guilty itself on the RICO. If you notice here, in just the arson, on the arson, 67% say, yeah, he's involved, or he did it. He did it. He's involved. 33% say government didn't prove the arson. We shall see. We shall see. I mean, arson. Think Diddy's people or him did that? After Diddy found out Kid Cudi was with Cassie, you think he had ordered, directed, or someone within his enterprise firebomb the Porsche with a Molotov cocktail and an OD bottle? Tyson, Lazarus with the comment. Tyson says if Diddy goes down, will others celebrities go down with him? I say, yeah, down the line. Other celebrities, I do. I think other celebrities, if Diddy goes down, I do believe in the future, other celebrities are going to get caught up in the RICO. Rhonda says the foreman is a 31-year-old male. Brenda, welcome. Hi, Brenda. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Roam, welcome. Trina's like, yo, did he pick up the Bible in all them hotel rooms? Or did he just discover the Bible now that he's in jail? Well, he said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car, and then Kid Cudi's car blew up. This is the common sense part of the judge's jury instructions. I mean, if he says he's going to do it and it happens, what are the odds? That's what the prosecutor said. What are the odds? Hey, it looks like gold trim. Gold. So we got the poll up. Now we get to just chill a little bit. Hey, we've been on for a while. I didn't even know this morning flew by pretty quick. Make sure you share this video out. We are live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Verdict watch. What was that? Sounded like a gunshot. Verdict watch. Anyone get nervous? As soon as we see a potential issue, we'll share if there's an issue at all. Juries get lunch. Don't know what they're eating. Hopefully they're eating good. Intercity Press note, during this court adjournment, at least for now, Combs is still in the courtroom. Oh, Combs is talking to his family members, apparently. Family members are standing in the second room. Combs goes back to speak with them, holding his hand behind his back. Then back to the table, starting at the laptop. So I guess they allowed him to say hello to his family, but I guess he had his hands, have to have his hands behind his back. I've heard of that before with the marshals. Will allow you just to say a brief hello to your family face to face, but they tell you to put your hands behind your back so you can't get nothing, exchange anything, no touch. Put your hands behind the back and you can go say hi. That has been allowed. He's too free in court, Crystal says. I mean, depending on the level of security, if he gets convicted, if he goes to the ADX, he might not be able to have contact visits. Supermax. He loses good time at all. He does anything to violate BOP rules if he gets convicted. They can take away his visitations indefinitely. Years. One of the sanctions the BOP does, if inmates get caught like with a cell phone, they'll take away your visits for like 5 years and no phone. I just have a feeling he wouldn't behave if he's in prison. Got to pull up. I think they proved everything, but we're on verdict watch. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome aboard. Kind of just on chill mode now. Home stretch. Will it happen today? We are at the 30th. Will it happen today? Aaron Katursky. Marshall's out there. If they move the... He's coming out pretty flexing a little bit. Verdict watch. That's what we're on. Hello, 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 everyone. We're on Verdict Watch. JLR investigates Magnolia. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Any comments or statements? A lot of people are just standing around waiting. That's what we're going to do. CNN reports Combs' loved ones hold hands and bow heads before exiting courtroom. After the judge sent the jury to begin deliberations, Combs' loved ones all stood, held hands, and bowed their heads at the same time. Then all started clapping. So that's interesting. So they bowed the hands. They did a family prayer in the courtroom. Hey, Jay Flo, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Jay Flo, 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Jay Flo. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. 5 new members. Welcome. So Combs's family members all stood up, held hands, and bowed their heads at the same time. Then they all started clapping. Group prayer. Look at this. Oh, okay, so the family members might be coming out soon, maybe. We shall see. We shall see. Thank you, Cubs 23. Thank you. Thank you. Day 33 is today, Judgment Day. Have we reached Judgment Day? Jennifer Bodine, thank you. Can you highlight some of the judge's instructions this morning? I mean, it's back, Jennifer. But Jennifer, the judge basically, in reference to the RICO, the 8 predicates in RICO, 8 crimes, they have to find 2. They also have to find that the RICO continued past the 5-year statute of limitations. So 2019 on, they're saying the RICO started in 2004 to 2024 in reference to the sex trafficking and prostitution, transporting prostitution, just 1 act on each. But the RICO predicate needs 2. That's kind of a summary, a little bit of what's said. And then also just about the process in general. Venue, 1 act had to occur in this SDNY. Jella. Hello. Jella says, I am a survivor. I pray for the jury I pray the jury convicts him. Praying for salvation. Hope one of the books is a Bible. Thank you to you and Magnolia. Get some lunch or dinner. Thank you very much. So Jella says if he's going to read something, hopefully he reads the Bible. Praying for salvation. Thank you. As we wait and see. I'm sure Inner City Press will give an update about what he saw inside that courtroom in a bit. Rapid fire outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Very, very busy day. The defense table says his lawyer Driscoll is typing away on his laptop. Jason Driscoll. Combs has been taken back into the holding cell. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, we got daughters. Daughters coming out. Boys. Whole family leaving the courthouse.
That's it.
Uh-oh, a little cussing. There you go. There's the scene.
I guess mom's still in there. She didn't come out. Oh, mom, not yet.
Mom didn't come out. All right, so mom didn't come out. All right, so children have left. Now, another sign that would have reached a verdict is if children rush back. What's everyone eating for lunch? Lunchtime. So here we are outside the Diddy trial. So we just wait and see. It's in the hands of the jury. Verdict watch.
Yeah, you see the mom? No, she didn't come out. No.
Mom is still in court. Looks like a pretty lively place out there. But this is going to be like a lot of sitting and waiting. Will the mom come out? It's a great question. We don't know what books he wanted to the jurors. After the judge sent the jury to begin deliberations, Combs' loved ones all stood, held hands, and bowed their heads at the same time. Then they all started clapping. Combs' children and his mother were seen leaving the courtroom soon afterward. Combs also left the courtroom with the court marshals. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Where's Holly Baird? I didn't see her come back out, the publicist. Diddy's fate is in the hands of the jurors. Verdict watch.
Has the gag order been lifted? The lawyers? Has the gag order been lifted? After the verdict?
After the verdict, gag order lifted.
Good, how are you? Maybe inside. Go with me outside. They have that can't be inside either. Everything has to be outside. You're not even there.
So family and people out there, just spectators, family coming in and out. They'll probably come back through soon. Yeah, the sniper yesterday in Idaho that we were covering is identified as Wes Rowley. Wes Rowley. I saw that just pop up. $20-year-old. Verdict watch, folks. In the hands of the jurors. We're going to sit here and wait a little bit. In the hands of the jurors. All right, so I'm going to try to get some more updates and see what's going on in real time with this deliberating, but we might not get anything until there's a question. Deliberations are officially underway right now. Federal prosecutors brought 34 witnesses to testify against Combs, including former employees and former girlfriends. If convicted, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. All right, we're on verdict watch, so we're just going to wait and see. In the meantime, share your thoughts in the chat. Keep the chat moving. Keep it going. I appreciate every single one of you. If anything develops outside the courthouse, I'm sure we'll see what's going on. Any jurors that have any questions probably will go in the hands of the foreman, who will notify the court. Verdict watch underway. Sean P. Diddy Combs, verdict watch. All right, so we just stick around and wait a little bit. I'll be right back, folks, in a few minutes. Stand by.
Yeah.
Verdict Watch. What's up? What's going on? I'm sure we'll get a big bombshell here soon of something. Let me see who comes in and out. Chaos forever. Nice to see you, Chaos. Guilty of running Tootsie Rolls and baby oil. Wendy Johnson, hello. Jacqueline Birch. Do you think he will do you think he will make a video in jail like R. Kelly do sometime? Then say something wrong to get out. I do think he'll make videos while he's in prison from smuggled phones. Yes, I do. I do. MKO says, can we get a verdict clock on the screen? That's interesting. We'll look into that, MKO. A verdict clock. Because so far, I think we've been on. Let's see how long we've been on. I don't think we've been on for more than an hour as far as that, but we shall see how long we've been here. But yeah, I like that idea with a verdict clock. I like that idea. Countdown clock. I think it's been about an hour now. It's been about an hour. Looks like the last thing on Inner City Press was 11:37 a.m. So I would say, it took a little while to get the foreman, but I would say they've been 45 minutes to an hour. Quickest verdict ever. It's not happening here. We know that. The shortest jury deliberation on record is 1 minute. And about some guy they acquitted for having cannabis plants in New Zealand. 1 minute. One minute. That's the quickest. Oh, let's get a U.S. verdict, though, in reference to a high-profile case. Again, it's so complex. They say in New Zealand case, the jury came back in 1 minute. According to AI Overview, they're saying the fastest jury verdict in the United States court trial had been documented is 6 minutes in a Connecticut double murder trial, where the jury found Marquise Hill guilty on all 4 counts. 6 minute Connecticut double murder trial, and they found a defendant guilty. The 6 minute verdict. Many, many murder trials out there in this country, murder trials, they would get guilty verdicts within 15 minutes. 6 minutes in a double murder trial. So, you know, Diddy's not on trial for murder, but he's on trial for serious crimes, which would result in life in prison if convicted. So we're about an hour into it. Let me just do an AI overview. How long does it take to get a RICO conviction? What has happened in the past? Everyone's different, but what I'm just saying is, like, any similar type of cases. How long did they take to deliberate in R. Kelly? In New York, the jury deliberated for 2 days on R. Kelly and finding him guilty on all 9 counts of racketeering and violating the Mann Act. The Chicago trial from R. Kelly, it took him 11 hours. So in R. Kelly and the child, you know, the case in Chicago is 2 cases, Chicago and New York. Chicago case, 11 hours. New York racketeering trial, 2 days. I just got tagged on Twitter by an individual named KP. Thank you for that. I'm sure you're watching because you tagged me. Appreciate that. Puts in 11:30 a.m. Eastern officially when the jury began deliberations. 11:33. Now, it takes a little bit to get that foreman, right? So we're a little over an hour. We'll just say probably had to get the, I guess the foreman picking is part of that process, whatever like that. We're a little over an hour. Little over the hour. Hey, Carol. Nice to see you, Carol. Again, good afternoon. Carol puts hashtags Idaho, Idaho, Idaho. BK, Idaho, yes. Crazy stuff happened in Idaho last night. A place where we were considering moving. which is so wild. Upstate Idaho, very peaceful. We're going to have a studio in the middle of nowhere. We'll be able to broadcast live. Starlink. Shout out to Starlink. Starlink works pretty good when it's stationary. I don't like Starlink when you're traveling because it goes like, it kind of fades off a little bit. But it goes pretty good when you're stabilized and hoping to be able to be in the mountains, sharing with all of you in the future. Applesauce, cheeseburgers. Will he be found guilty of lesser charges? Strong possibility too. Overall, would he think like 15-year sentence or something on a minimal mandatory or some lesser charge is a victory? We shall see. Yeah, we got the Starlink Mini. It works. I like Starlink. It's good when you're remote. Got to have fast speed internet. Jay Williams, thank you for being a member. Marcy S., thank you. Is there a second trial with a hung jury? I mean, it's up to the prosecution, but in this case, yeah, there would be. I would assume so. I think the chances, Marcy, of having a second trial on a hung jury. Now, here's another thing, too. Consider he could be found guilty on a couple counts and hung on RICO, maybe. How does that work? Can anyone explain? Does it have to be unanimous across the board or what? What about if you get hung on certain counts? What about if he's hung on? What about if he's hung on lesser counts but convicted of the RICO? Would they just drop the other counts and not go through the process again, knowing that he would be spending a long, long time on the RICO anyway? Or what about if he's guilty on some of the lesser ones, hung on the RICO, would they retry on the RICO? A lot of unknown. It's a very great question. Can they do that? I think we're going to need a New York federal lawyer in the house to break it down of the scenarios and situations when it comes to this. Break it all down. People say, we don't know how much in the RICO, like he's going to be. I mean, what about if he gets convicted of all 8 predicates of the RICO? All 8. Holy smokes. What about if it's a straight conviction across the board, including the 8 predicates? I mean, that would be a huge statement to all victims out there, right? I mean, I don't think it's going to be all 8, though. I'm curious on the arson, even though he said it. Is there really proof that he did it? Is that enough? Even though it's common sense that he got his fingerprints all over this. I think kidnapping will stay. I think drug distribution will stay. I think sex trafficking and interstate prostitution will stay. Bribery, I think bribery is going to stick. Forced labor, I think forced labor's there too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Scott, thank you. Thank you. We shall see, though. We'll see. Can't wait. Could be any minute. Yes, a jury can convict on one and be hung on another. The judge would declare a mistrial on the hung charge. And Magnolia put this up on the screen. For those asking if Diddy is found guilty, there will be a pre-sentencing investigation, PSI. And sentencing will be sometime around October-ish. That's what we suggest and predict. Around October. It takes about 3-4 months for a PSI to come. Pre-sentence investigation. So, if he's found guilty, on anything. He's not going to be sentenced today. PSI required. He could waive his PSI, but that will still take a process. He could waive his PSI. He could waive his PSI. Definitely a possibility. What do we got? We got a little moving in the camera. Who's coming in? People coming in. Applesauce, cheeseburgers, applesauce. Get your cheeseburgers on the commissary. Get your cheeseburgers, applesauce on the commissary. Oh, here we go. Breaking news. Jory has sent a note. Jory has sent a note. We're going to get an understanding of what's happening here. New development. Diddy's lawyers are returning to the courtroom, and the prosecutors are also entering. Ooh, it's getting interesting. Breaking news. Juror has a question. What could this be? Crystal Tate, thank you. Crystal Tate, gifted membership. The note was first handed and to the defense attorney, Mark. Holmes is back in the courtroom and reading the note, which fills out 1/3 of a line sheet of paper. We're waiting on the judge. Oh boy, first note of the day. Question only. I wonder what this could be. Suspense. Note. First note of the day. Sometimes these questions, the very first question, can kind of give us insight of what the juror is thinking. We'll get people's take. Hey, NFT, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 gifted memberships, courtesy of NFT. 5 additional members. And again, Crystal Tate, 1 membership. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you. Suspense, folks. Suspense. The first note of the day. Everyone's coming back into the courtroom. Why nobody leaves? I wonder if Diddy's family are going to start coming back. Should we come back? Should we come back? The first note. Judge on his way back in. The court is now waiting for the judge. There has been a note. As soon as I saw that, I busted my phone down because I'm looking and I see alert. Oh, a note, a note, a note. Ooh. But these notes are very telling about what the jurors are thinking or what the angle that they're going on this. Confusion about the instructions, some confusion, or will they say if we hung on one and not guilty on the other, what happens? Things like that. When you're excited, you repeat a lot, Terry says. Got a note. But it can just show where where they're thinking, their mindset are, the angle that they're going. Confusion. The court is waiting for the judge. Popcorn ready. Leg shaking here. Clutching my pearls. My nerves. No, this is very important here with just the question. So within about an hour hour and 20 minutes into deliberations, beautiful people. Thank you. Hope many more gripping cases like this for us all come to the chat. Yes, beautiful people. We're on to the next ones soon. We have to get this one done first. Yes, thank you very much. The biggest cases in our lifetime. Let's see what's going to be said. What's the note? What's the note? I'm excited. I'm excited. Let me see if I can scour around, try to get some more info about this note. One legal expert with CNN, Laura Coates, says, already a jury note. Jury note. Piece of paper. Waiting on the judge. Judge probably has to put his robe back on. Big breaking news, folks. Already. It could be anything. It could be like one juror acting out. It could be like, yo, we're just confused. What does this all mean? Can we do this instead of that? First note of the day, jury note. One of, I'm sure, many more. We love our suspense music. What's going on out here? Oh, it looks like the marshal's stepping forward. It could be his family's coming back too. Possibly. Look in the mirror there on the TV screen, on the reflection. You see the van pull up. Means his family could be coming back. Look at this. Janice. Janice is leaving. She's leaving. At the time of note, she's leaving. Why would she leave now? Why is Janice leaving? They have a note. In the middle of deliberation, she leaves when they have a note, and she leaves. Don't you think she would want to hear what the note is? Lunch. People are saying lunch. They got a little cafeteria in that courthouse, they say. My Blue Angels are awesome. Thank you. All right, mother has left. Still trying to get some information about this note. A note. Now look at this. This is a interesting photo. It's Mark. It's Diddy showing Mark a note on a sticky pad. Now this was sketched today that has been put out there or at one point during this trial. But look at the jurors, which they won't show their faces. Very interesting stuff here. Kind of give you a general idea. Trying to get this more information about the note. ABC News 1 minute ago. Jury sends a note to the court about 70 minutes into the deliberations. The note spans 1/3 of a page. What do we got on notes? All right, so Inner City Press is also back in the courtroom now. He just tweeted out a minute ago. Sean Combs is back in the courtroom. His lawyers are huddled behind him in discussion. There has been a jury note. Has been a jury note. What does this note consist of? We should find out soon. Jury or the note was first handed to the prosecution. The suspense. Remember what this note is. What do you think the note could be? Only speculating. The note. I'm getting a little goosebumps here. Or feeling a little cold. I'm getting a little shivery here. Well, mom leaves the courthouse in the middle of a note. She's just like, I'll read it later, or tell me later. I'm hungry. I gotta go get something to eat. Jackie, thank you. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? The jury probably wants to know if they're allowed to find him guilty of more than just 2 RICO acts, and if they can find him guilty of more than 1 sex trafficking act, or if 2 and 1 is the limit. It's an interesting theory here. Hi, Bev. Why isn't the jury in a private room away from Diddy? Diddy's in the courtroom now. I'm not sure, Bev, if the jury's in the room yet. But the photos show them all all in there together. Now, I don't know if the sketch artist moved them closer. But I get it, yeah. Did Diddy try to work and secretly work some of these jurors here? Eye contact with the jurors? He was warned. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? A note has been presented. We got a picture of the jury room. This is where the jury's doing their deliberations. The jury room. So as we've reported, juror number 5 is the foreperson. Juror number 5. They've been deliberating for about an hour and 20 minutes. Some say 70 minutes. Between an hour and a half, and now the note. What is the note? We're about to find out something. A clue. A clue. Possible direction of where the jurors are going. Were these juror instructions too confusing? Got a question, Your Honor. As soon as we hear what is said, we will share. As soon as we get some information, so stand by, folks. As soon as we hear some information, we will share. Verdict watch. We took the music off, or at least let it down, die itself down. Unclear what this note is about, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in as we wait to get information about this note and what is going on in the courtroom right now. Refreshing screens left and right. The note. Verdict watch. How did they come up with a verdict today? It'd be unbelievably crazy. They come up with a verdict today. Verdict watch. We sit and wait. We get information about the note. About the note. What's the question? Look at that. Another photograph out. Diddy standing with his lead attorney, Mark. At the mercy of the jury. Mercy of the courts. The first note is in. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Suspense is eating me up. What's up with the note? The note. Verdict watch. Jury notes go first to the prosecution since they bear the burden of proof. So they can propose clarifications. So just to get, that's what some legal experts are saying, that the notes go first to the prosecution since they bear the burden of proof. So they can propose clarifications. The defense then reviews and responds before the judge issues an official answer. Legal expert just chimed in saying that it's an unlikely verdict. It's a note. Procedural clarifications, readbacks, definitions, exhibit copies, probably the issue, but not a verdict. But we are on high alert. High alert. Verdict watch. High alert. We shall see. Appreciate everyone coming into the chat. The suspense. Real deep right now. What's the note? What is the note? Be back in 1 minute.
Well, when you look at the indictment, it's very long. It's a speaking indictment, and they have ticked off all of the various facts that they had presented to the jury in that indictment. They brought in evidence of violence. They brought in evidence of guns, of drugs, of sex acts. And so they really come through with what they said that they were going to do in this case. And it was savvy to bring this as a racketeering case in some ways, because it allowed them to bring in a lot more evidence of his bad acts that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to do if this was a very narrowly tailored case. And so in that respect, I mean, the case really rises and falls with the testimony of Cassie Ventura. If the jury believes it, if they believe that she really couldn't get away from him and she had to do the things that he had requested, then the prosecution has gone a long way towards a conviction in this case.
Thoughts? The note. What's going on with the note? We're waiting to see. And here's some of the photographs, you know, throughout the trial. Look at kind of Diddy looking over to the right a little bit. Jurors to the right of him. Is he staring at the jurors? Trying to get a feel for the jurors. That expert said they ticked off all of the boxes in the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. All the boxes. Crossed all their letters. Dot I's. This photo, as we've been covering the trial, it's very telling. The body language between the two. Now we know why. Cassie on the stand crying, very emotional at times where she got really, tensions were high in that courtroom. Verdict watch. That's what we're on. Verdict watch, folks. Come on in. JLR Magnolia Investigates. Trying to get a more idea about this note. Now, this note was reported 36 minutes ago. We don't know what's going on with the note. I'd like to know what's going on. We could be here to 5 o'clock today, or just today. Hey, I'm with it. You with it? Thanks for being here. This is some of the evidence seized that the jurors are going to see. Eye drops. People have a lot of theories about the eye drops. The prescriptions, pills. Verdict watch. Baby oils. Seized evidence. All right, we got the judge. All right, so we're going to get some the judge at 1:27 p.m. According to Inner City Press, the judge has said, we have received a note from the jury. Here we go. There's a problem juror. A problem juror. Breaking news. We have received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. Oh, folks. Dun, 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 dun. We have a juror. A rogue juror, a juror. Inner City Press says juror number 25. I would like to meet with the court about. The judge says, I suggest I ask for more information. What do you mean you can't follow a juror's instructions? This appears, it looks like this direction to me, it appears like you got one juror there that's acting out. Maybe acting the fool, just saying, I don't care what it says. We're not following the instructions. Ooh. Uh-oh. Will this juror be replaced with an alternate? Oh, I told you, there ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. They're concerned. CNN also says, juror number 25, the foreperson has asked to speak with the judge or that the juror be interviewed. Oh, they might think they had another Diddy plant on there. Whoa. All right, so the foreperson, according to CNN, the foreperson is asking to speak with the judge. Oh, crazy already. Uh-oh. Juror number 25. May we have a moment to digest what your honor has proposed, AOSA Comey. This is very sensitive. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is crazy. Already. Mark goes, I suggest we just tell them it is early. You are just getting started. If there is a further issue, please let us know. Mark wants this juror to stay on. Of course, right? Mark knows. Mark knows that this juror is for Diddy. I suggest we just tell him it's early. Just get started. Just nothing to see here. Just continue to deliberate. It's early. That's his suggestion. Yeah. So that's signs. That's signs there that juror number 25 is pro Diddy. And we'll see. Oh, could be another situation where maybe another juror was on there and they have very strong concerns about this juror. Maybe the other jurors picked it out real quickly and said, whoa. What do you mean? What are you seeing? Something different? Like the juror is probably like, he's not guilty. I don't care. He's not guilty. Y'all going to have to say no. I don't know. I'm assuming 25 is for Diddy. Could be opposite. Sounds to me like juror number 25 is a problem and the foreperson wants to speak to the judge too. Can the foreperson do that? Say, I want to speak to the judge? Like ex parte? I want to speak to the judge? All right, so the AUSA puts a cites a case law here. If we are going to go that route, which we don't know what route they're going, we suggest instructing the jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We are looking at U.S. versus Baker, 262 F3D 124 case law. This is big, folks. We don't know what's happening here, but juror number 25 seems to be a problem in this case. Right off the rip, like 1 hour into this. Juror number 25. And I think this juror might be interviewed. This is replacing. Confer on a response. I'll stay here. All right. Looks like it's getting very interesting here. Live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Confer. I would assume that is both parties, defense and prosecution, conferring on this. Some people said replace the jury and just move forward. I mean, there's lots of alternates. Why would they bring this to the judge's attention so quickly in the process? Rogue juror? Juror that doesn't believe the law? Pro Diddy juror? Doesn't want to fill out the blank. Somebody that's having cold feet. Is it someone that's feeling like they don't want to participate in the process now? I'm not voting on this. Woo! Getting hot in here. Big things are happening in this trial right now. We could be having this for days. Don't know. I have to get myself another cup of coffee. People are speculating that Diddy or his team got a hold of a juror and paid a juror or their family off. Now, this goes back also to this, having a jury sequestered in this high-profile trial. Why wasn't the jury sequestered? This is now what? The third issue now? Besides the the sick juror, but I'm not going to say that's necessarily an issue, but we've had a lot of juror issues here. Juror number 6, juror number 7, a sick juror. Now this, juror number 25. Somebody suggested maybe juror number 5's a crybaby, and the juror number 5 is just complaining. What do you think? We should get more information. This suspense is eating me up. $139. We have an issue right here. The deliberations are on standby here until they address this issue, I believe, or maybe they are still deliberating while this is going on, but I'm not so sure. I think this issue needs to be addressed, and the judge is telling the parties to confer. So people are coming into the chat. Jury's note says they, as a jury, are concerned one juror can't follow instructions. We have a juror, number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. Yo, I want to know what happens here. Whoa, I'm like, hey, there's that same individual we saw on Friday. What happens with this, folks? Tension couldn't be as high as ever. It's high. Tension is high. Where's the mom? The mom never even came back. I didn't see her come back. It's crazy. Only a few media outlets are reporting this. All right, I'm going to get coffee. I'll be back in 1 minute. What did I miss? All right, no new information about what is transpiring. I'm just gonna go scour around the net, in the darkest corners of the net. See what we can find. Talk. So CNN is reporting again from Laura Coates, saying the foreperson also asked to speak with the judge. That's very concerning. Another legal expert did say this though. Here's an interesting report. After deliberating for only 2 hours, Diddy jurors complained that one juror isn't following the juror's instructions. Notably, the defense wanted to strike this juror in jury selection. That's what is being reported by MSNBC legal analyst Christy Greenberg. Says this particular juror, the defense wanted to strike in jury selection. And the legal analyst also goes on to say jury issues this early is a good for the Combs defense. It's good. They're saying that's a good sign for Diddy, according to NBC legal expert. But now she erased the tweet, which is even more crazy. She erased the tweet. The tweet is erased, but I copied it. The juror. Juror number 25. Question is, will a juror be removed? Mark wanted to strike juror number 25. We'll put it up on the screen soon. Yeah, it's unclear, though, if they changed their numbers during the course. It's 1:48 p.m. See if you can come to agreement upon noon. I'll come back at 2 p.m. and we'll figure this out. All right. So this is going to be like they got 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes to figure this out about this note. Again, for people that are coming into the chat, the foreperson for the jury has sent a note, or the jury, the foreperson handed the prosecution a note, then gives it to the defense to let the defense. The jury as a whole are saying 25 are not following jury instructions. Juror number 25. So we're going to figure out how this gets addressed, but we should find out soon. The judge said that he'll be back on the bench at 2 p.m. to address this entire issue. But it feels like the jury as a whole, except 25, is saying that 25 can't follow jury instructions. Again, it's being reported by some media outlets that 25 could be the same one than 25 in the jury selection process that Mark tried to strike. So we'll see it. We'll see what's going on here. I don't know if the numbers then still apply to numbers now. If it's the same 25 said, I have a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. I like documentaries about climate change. My domestic partner, he is a graphic designer. If it's the same 25, the 25 during jury selection, we'll see. We shall see. Just rain. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the comment. With this one juror acting out of pocket, will it cause a mistrial? I don't think so. I think if there's one juror like this, they'll just replace with an alternate. Calvin, welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you. Erica says, I've listened to hundreds of cases. It could be since the streamlined some of the charges. Juror 25 might want to charge him with attempted arson, but nothing else. Just using that as an example. Okay. Thank you, Erica. Thank you. Thank you for putting different things in perspective here. Appreciate that. Remember, the attempted arson, attempt. Remember, that stuff has been abandoned by the prosecutor. Sinitra D. Don't understand why 25. I thought there was 12 jurors. That's interesting too. I guess at the time in jury selection, they all had numbers going into the hundreds. But yeah, there is 12 jurors. Juror number 25 in that selection process. They say 25 refused to proceed, Nicole Sapp said. I just tweeted out, is 25 playing games with the court? Fight looks fixed. Is number 25 student loans paid? Morning Coffee says. Morning Coffee, cheers. Thank you for that comment. The fight looks fixed. The fix is in. We shall see. We have about 5. They got 5 more minutes to figure it out, or the judge is going to figure this out. Judge is coming back on the bench at 2. Juror number 25 just may be condescending, know-it-all. Judge directs parties to meet and confer until 2 p.m. Figure it out. They need to remove 25 out of the courtroom and possibly go to jail for making acts issue. Defense got jurors in the pocket. LOL. I want to know what happens here. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Well, it just looks like verdict is just gonna be a mess. Maybe. Well, maybe this issue will be ironed out and they can just proceed and start deliberating. I mean, you swear that you could be impartial here and go with the proceedings. Where you gonna just say you're just not going to deliberate now at the end? I'm not deliberating this. I quit. Jail or 25 is going to have to give the money back once he gets the boot. Is it a male? Lachelle, thank you. Thank you for the gifted membership. One member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Lachelle. Thank you very much for the membership. Malin H says he's done either way, prison or not. He's done. Diddy is done. 70 lawsuits. He's done either way, prison or not. Thank you for that comment. All right, so we got a few more minutes, and judge is gonna. They want the parties. They want the confer parties. Not. So Inner City Press is responding to someone saying, the jury sent out a note to the judge signed by the foreperson. It could be as simple as we want to leave at 5 or send us post-up notes, or we cannot have reach unanimous decision, or in this case, we have a rogue juror. He said it happened in U.S. versus Tim Shea, which ended in a mistrial. Holy smokes. Did you order the code note? Yeah, if it's the same 25, it's one that says he has a PhD in molecular biology, listens to NPR, likes documentaries about climate change, and has a domestic partner. He is a graphic designer, the domestic partner. If it's the same 25. We went back and looked into the jury selection of when they were picking them. Everybody's like, just replace 25. 25 is, hey, Eddie, setting up his interviews and film documentary. Hey, what's going on? I don't see the van arrive. Did a van arrive? All right, judge should be hitting the bench soon to address this issue. Suspense is eating me up. I'm sure it is all of you too, folks. Come on in. JLR Magnolia Investigates. Suspense. $25 said, I need more oil. KK, I need baby oil. I need more baby oil. All right, so Inner City Press put out, while we still wait, in the case USA Comey cited, U.S. versus Baker, Second Circuit upheld removal of juror who refused to participate in deliberation as required by her obligations as a juror. So in the Baker case, I guess Baker got convicted. The defense appealed about a juror being removed, but the Second Circuit upheld a conviction based on a juror who refused to participate in deliberations as required by her obligation as a juror. So that's the case law that Comey cited earlier. Baker, U.S. versus Baker, Second Circuit. So this would be for Diddy's people down the line if he gets convicted, if this juror gets removed. What they're saying is case law in the Second Circuit, U.S. versus Baker, allows this juror to be removed. And that person's conviction was upheld by the Second Circuit Court of Appeal. I mean, don't they swear, hey, I'll uphold my obligations as a juror? And if they don't do it, I mean, that's just like saying plant a juror in there and disrupt the flow at the end and say, I can't do this, and that defendant gets off. No, you just replace the juror. We shall see. Dun, dun, dun. Just Rain, thank you. Leslie Mayfield, thank you for the comment. What's going on there? Oh, that's the food cart. It's all the snacks. Drama in the deliberating room. Drama. All right, so the judge should be addressing this. What are we going to do about juror number 25 so we can proceed? I mean, if you're not going to go with the process, you need to just be removed. If you're refusing to deliberate, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Don't you think the wise thing to do is just remove the juror and keep it going? Why would somebody refuse to deliberate? They already have their mind up that he's guilty, not guilty, or just doesn't want to participate. In the case AUSA Comey cited, U.S. versus Baker, Circuit Court upheld removal of juror who refused to participate in deliberations required by her obligations as a juror, despite the rule of Thomas. All right, so a legal expert with CNN chimes in, says the juror's note about wild card juror is significant. Shortly after jury began deliberations, the foreperson sent a note to the judge expressing concern that juror number 25 cannot follow your honor's instructions. Oh. 202, Judge, do we have an agreed upon response? Mark, no, we do not. Not on the same page, folks. AUSA and the defense are not on the same page, prosecution defense. There's no agreement. So now they're getting them emailed, as you see. All right, so different proposals. They're not on. There's no stipulation here. No stipulation. Each one has a different proposal with the situation. We'll just see what the judge does. Oh man, crazy. So going back to this report, this is significant development in the case because the concern is being raised so early in deliberations. According to this individual that they interviewed, Alan Turkheimer. Look at this. Judge said, I would prefer to have a neutral response, like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead. There is no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions. So our proposal is more inert. Now, this is early in the ball game. Kind of like to summarize here, just it feels like the defense here, it seems like the defense wants this juror to stay on. I don't want to suggest to the jury that there is any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want to tell them they just started. I'm going with the government's version. We will print that out. Adjourned. So the legal expert said the fact that this has already come up early in the game, just an hour or so into this, the scenario is a possible massive headache at this early the stage of the game. CNN is saying juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male who works as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with a domestic partner. All right, so we're going to get more idea what exactly happened here, more clarity with this situation. Come on in, JLR investigates. There goes Aaron Katursky, ABC, Justice reporter. We're 2 o'clock into this. Judge proposed asking the jurors for more information. Defense wanted to gloss over it. Judge chose the prosecution's proposal. So is the jury going back? Are we waiting for this proposal, or is the jury going back to deliberate? What's going on here? Somebody's arrived. Oh, the van is back. The mom. The van is back. Family members. The mom. Daughters. All right, so we got something here. It looks like 25 might stay on. The judge is going to send the jury a note. The note says, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instruction on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. So, juror number 25 stays on for now, it appears. And please continue deliberating. We'll listen in and see family members as they come back out. All right, so the judge encouraged them, sent them a note and told them to continue deliberating. Deliberations continues, folks. $25 should be held in contempt, Jerry says. And here we are, back here live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Continue deliberating. The note also instructs the jury not to reveal any specifics about their deliberations in any future notes. Now, we'll see if that 25 gets addressed down the line if there's future problems. Well, some people say it's a group of people saying not guilty, and there's one that's saying he's guilty. What do you think about that theory? Or is it the other way around? Verdict watch. Come on in. Back in the hands of the jurors. Back to deliberation. Verdict watch. Sean P. Diddy Combs. All right, so we continue to wait. The note. Verdict watch. JLR investigates. Magnolia investigates. Come on in. So they're going to give 25 another chance here to get in line here. Gina Marie. Thank you for the comment, Gina Marie. Everyone thinks guilty, but 25. But he has no reasonable reason as to why he feels that way. They think he's trying to use hung jury. Just my opinion. What do you think? Doodle Crew says, I believe juror number 25 wants off the jury now so he can start his media circus. Maine, USA. That's why Janice left, probably because she knew something was up. Thank you, Dr. Khalil Gatlin. Nice to see you again. Calvin Isaac, thank you. Sherry, 25 should be held in contempt. Verdict watch. That got interesting. We will see what happens here. We got a new poll up. New poll. Please make sure you vote on the new poll. We keep putting polls up. Should juror number 25 be replaced? Two options. Yes, ASAP. No, they should get another chance. Let us know what you think. Next note, I'm going to be rolling. We get a next note. What happens if we get another note and it's another juror? What happens, ladies and gentlemen? Hopefully we have no more jurors issues, but 25. I don't get how they could say 25 is not following jury instructions and then they're going to start doing it, or they're going to be like, okay, or were they confused a little bit? What? And now you're going to start complying after you said you weren't? How are you supposed to trust this juror? The only person I can see this benefits is Diddy. We shall see. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. JLR Magnolia Investigates. We are live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. We have the music softly in the background. 2:27. They could be here to 5 today, or they could be going longer. Waiting for any new development, but we're all just kind of on standby. So I'm going to interact with all of you a little bit. See how everyone's doing. What's happening, everyone? JLR investigates, Magnolia investigates. Talk to us. What's your thoughts coming through? We got a poll up. How y'all feeling? See a lot of comments about juror number 25. We're on standby. Verdict watch. Said, well, that's what we'll do each day is kind of sit back and watch. Woo! Let's get a decision today. Pink Moon. Pink Moon says, jury foreman is doing a great job. Thank you for such a great stream. Norway. Oslo or Norway. Norway. Our Norwegian friend, Pink Moon. Hello, Norway. Thank you, Norway. Thank you, international friends that continue to watch. Calvin. 25 is the only one going against the grain. 25. Juror number 25. I don't know if 25 can just quit. Some people, Morning Coffee says, some people rooting for a man who allegedly took everything from his artists, made them sign NDAs before giving back to them, and sent his top artist to LA where he was alive, beat women and made them sign NDA. I feel you, Morning Coffee. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the comment, Morning Coffee. Some people are rooting. Some people are rooting for a man who got involved with a female 17 years younger when she was just breaking out of being a teenager and took her in on a 10 album contract, only for it to turn into other things and not music. Full control over every aspect of Cassie Ventura's life. We've heard testimony from some very bad things that happened to Cassie during the course of this 11-year relationship. Assaults, coercive control. Cassie, fearful for her life. She thrown off a boat. Head lumped. Over her eye, permanent scar. The Intercontinental Hotel. The extortion of her own family. The tracking her down and chasing her down and making her stay in hotels. Don't forget, days upon days upon days of freak-offs. When she was sick, had UTIs. Diddy had to take Cassie for plastic surgery and hide her away while her injuries healed. Prosecution's kind of called that kidnapping. Coercive control. And that's just Cassie alone. We have a period also of Gina. We'll never understand the real picture on Gina. And then Jane. People out there defending them. Defending that behavior. Poll was still up. We got 3,000 votes. Should Jordan 25 be replaced? 75% so far say yes. 25% say give Jordan number 25 another chance. Oh, give me one more chance. Give me one more chance. Give 25 one more chance. So 25% say 25 should get one more chance or another chance. Maybe chance after chance after chance. We are a country of second and third chances, aren't we? In the meantime, just kind of sitting back, kind of waiting a little bit. Verdict watch. Sean P. Diddy Combs case. Now, we might not hear nothing for hours. Might not. Amazon in the house, delivering packages to the courthouse. Amazon. All right, any other hiccups? Media outlets are reporting Diddy trial hits snag. Diddy trial hits a snag as one juror apparently can't follow judge's instructions. I like the suspense music here. As we wait. People coming in and out of the courthouse. We shall see. Live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Will George be brought back in with another note? When do they get to eat lunch? Ready for more. Hey, there's your packages delivered. I saw something crazy yesterday in Arlington, Virginia. An Amazon truck blew up. Big smoke in the air right outside Washington, D.C. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Ended up just being malfunctioned, the Amazon truck. Oh, sometimes when the marshal moves up there, it means there might be some camera movement here. We shall see. Nope. All I'm doing now is going on all the feeds and seeing all the talk and any new development. Chit-chatting with all of you a little bit. Afternoon coffee. It's crazy because during the whole trial, usually the court will start ending right around the next. I can't, you know what? This has been going pretty quick today. I'll be honest. Today has gone quick for me, for us. I think it's gone pretty quick all morning. I'd say about a couple hours into this now. Melissa Lopez, nice to see you. Can you recap what happened to Juror 25 for those just coming in? Melissa Lopez and everyone else that's coming in. There was an issue earlier where the four-person wanted to speak to the judge. They the jurors handed in a note saying 25 is not going along with the jury instructions. And they brought that to the court's attention. The judge encouraged them to continue deliberating. So nothing happened to juror 25, but juror number 25 seems like they're not going with the flow. Now, what does that mean? Unclear. We can only speculate that. But the juror does not want to follow instructions. Prosecution cited U.S. v. Baker, Second Circuit, where they upheld a conviction after a juror got replaced because they wouldn't deliberate. They refused to deliberate. So you could technically kick a juror off for not deliberating and have a conviction upheld. You can't argue that. A defense wouldn't be able to argue that. Did you throw a jury off and have a case reversed on if it gets convicted? U.S. v. Baker. Now, this juror is still on. The juror is still on. So maybe the juror just came to their senses now. We shall see. Diddy gets convicted of 18 U.S.C. 1591, 18 U.S.C. 2421. Rescuing our communities. I'll put in 1591 sex trafficking. And 2421, we know what 2421 is going to be. Transportation. Transportation of prostitutes over interstate lines. Rescuing our communities thinks Diddy gets convicted. So count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Are you saying rescuing, not count number 1, RICO? But even on those other convictions, Diddy faces decades in prison. But here's another question. If he gets decades in prison off the other ones, I'm not sure he'll get life if it's just convictions off 2, 3, 4, and 5, or even just a couple of the other ones besides the RICO. But if he gets they can't come up with a verdict on RICO, or he gets acquitted on RICO 1, but convicted on the other, does that mean everything gets forfeited? If they couldn't convict him on the RICO, does that mean all his assets get forfeited? Of course, the judge can impose a fine, but can you get your assets forfeited without the RICO? So is this lawyer's thinking, well, the very worst, if we get, or the best we could maybe get, besides a acquittal across the board, maybe a conviction on one of the ladders, but not on the RICO. And you keep your wealth, you do your prison, your family's set for life. How about that? Have we ever considered that? Not on the RICO, back end, but they can't seize your hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Because if he gets the RICO conviction, his assets are being seized. All of it. All of it. Bad Boy Enterprises crumbles right before our eyes, all the way down, like gone for good. Like it's literally gone. It's gone anyway, but gone. He's the Michael Jordan of the freak offs, 23. You know that number. The Michael Jordans of the freak offs, right there. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Another question is if he gets convicted, like rescuing communities, said, like expects a conviction on 18 USC 1591 and 18 USC 2421. What about if you get a hung juror on RICO, but conviction on the other? Do they retry on the RICO? Or are they satisfied with decades of prison on Diddy? On the others, retrial, are they going for the assets? You have to bring all the victims back up. Judge's note, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instruction on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. Keep it going. Please continue deliberating. Make sure you share this video out. Would really appreciate that. Share it out. Share it to a friend. We are doing continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. We'll see if we get any other issues going on. Last day of the month, folks. Tomorrow we hit July. All right, DJ Vex 02 puts a song out. And I'm trying to get the rhyme jingle to it. Diddy, diddy, diddy. I'm not surprised that there's an issue with juror 2 and 5 or 25. I hope it doesn't take too long, but if it does, I'll finish this song. Trying to get the tune to it. DJ. Thank you. That there's an issue with juror 25. Miss Scarlett, thank you. Thank you, Miss Scarlett. Sir, Sue, and Matthew comes in too. A lot of people coming in. What's going on with 25? What's going on with 25? 25 wasn't going with the flow and wasn't following the jury instructions according to the juror's note that the jury foreman gave to the prosecution, that gave the copy to the defense, addresses the issue. The judge told all the parties continue deliberating, but it was only an hour into it, hour and 10 minutes, very quickly. Some legal experts say that will draw a big headache in the case. It just shows challenges moving forward. It'd be crazy if we get any second now. Jury reaches a verdict. Jury reaches a verdict in the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. NBC got it, or I'm sorry, ABC. I just put on ABC. But they're pretty much where we're at, too. They don't really have any. ABC seems like they're doing live reporting, too, but they don't really have anything to add of what we've discussed so far. It's just a chill out and wait, period. Kind of kick back, relax. With this, hear the birds out there chirping. It'd be crazy if we get another note. Got a poll up. We'll keep it up more. About 4,700 people voted. Should juror number 25 be replaced? It's pretty much staying 3/4 of the people, 75% say juror number 25 should be replaced. 26% say no. So 25% of the people in the chat say let juror number 25 continue. 75 say replace, kick juror number 25 out of there. TMZ, jury note halts deliberations. Juror can't follow judge's instructions. Juror on the hot seat. All right, what's up? What's going on? Verdict watch. We are here waiting. Thank you, everyone that's been watching. The Michael Jordan of the free calls. Sean P. Diddy Combs. A to Z. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. A to Z in the house. Nice to see you, A to Z, again, from A to Z. 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of A to Z. Alitris, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. We have another photo. We got a photo of Diddy looking at that Jordan note, appears to be. When the Jordan notes, because it said Diddy looked at the note. The 3/4 of a page note. The note. Here's the note. Dun, dun, dun. A note in the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. Some people say there's jury chaos going on. Jury chaos. Verdict watch. We are on verdict watch here, and we'll continue to stay through the whole process to see. Dun, dun, dun. We had the music on very softly here. Will he be convicted of all 5 counts? Will he be convicted of 1 count? Will they find him not guilty of all counts? Will there be a hung jury? Conviction on some, but not all? Do you think the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? We shall see. JLR, you have a very pleasant personality. Hey, adopt a cat. Hey, you got an orange tabby. I got an orange tabby too, named OJ. Thank you. It's obvious he's guilty of all this and much more, Jody says. Imagine how dangerous he will be if he gets away with it. Scary. Putting Diddy back out on the streets, knowing what you saw on Star Island, 200 Mapleton, Park Hyatt Hotel, victims out there. This is what the jury is probably looking at right now. Pick a predicate within the RICO buffet. RICO buffet. We got bribery. We got some meds. We got baby oil, arson, kidnapping. Just pick. You just need 2 of 8. 2 of 8. Pick yourself a predicate. Take a little of this. Take a little of that. Pick a predicate. Put it on your plate. The RICO plate. Tie-dye t-shirt. Gray in hair. All you can eat RICO buffet. Remember, if you find him guilty of RICO, each of the predicates, 9 or 8. There's 8. There's 8. There's 8. Verdict watch. Well, I'll take a little bit of meds there. Frank Black meds. I'll take a bottle of what is that? A bottle of Frank Black prescription bottle. That looks like oil to me, but meds. Take a little Astroglide. Pick your Rico. They seized the lot. Calvin Isaac, thank you very much. Why do you think that it would take so long for them to come back with the decision? Well, Calvin, one, we've had a month of testimony from 34 different people. I think it's just so complex when it comes to RICO. I think that the jurors have to evaluate each person's testimony, right? And a lot of evidence, submitted documents, text, exhibits, banking records, freak off videos. I think there's just a lot. There's a lot. You would think that the jurors would at least look through all that. But the judge explained the jury instructions. I don't think it's a one or done. And right there, it just showed me that kind of 25 is one side, with either one or not going with the flow. And 12 different jurors, 12 different personalities. New York City, big city. A lot of different personalities and thoughts, right? New York City, big jury pool. You get those 12 jurors, all of them might not be on the same page here. Think of it differently. So I do think it'll take a while. People in the comments, we've had lots of people that commented in the past say, well, you know, I see a certain day, Wednesday maybe. The buffet paints a perfect picture of Diddy. It's also possible that juror number 25 could literally just wanted to go down the paper and mark guilty. Guilty. 25 could be the guilty one without deliberating. Mark wants 25s to stay on, though. He was so quick to say, let him continue, let him continue. Remember, we shared 25. Coincidentally, the defense appears to, at the time, in jury selection, try to strike 25. 25, a scientist, a 25-year-old or a 51-year-old male, likes to watch documentary stuff, listens to NPR, has a domestic partner. Well, scientists, you would think a scientist would know how to follow instructions, right? A scientist? That's what they said. They said juror number 25 is a scientist. What do you mean? You got a scientist? Doesn't know how to follow instructions? You're about to sing, JLR. Continue to sing. Yeah, Magnolia been making a lot of these memes. She does a phenomenal job. Listen, we're going to the next trial after this. Whenever this ends, if it ends. We are on our way to Idaho. But when we go to Idaho, it's going to be a different thing. You see me in the box here? In Idaho, it's going to be Magnolia in the box. Magnolia's emceeing the show. I'll be boots on the ground in front of outside the courthouse, in the courthouse, all over the courthouse in Idaho. But Magnolia is going to be running the stream here. So can't wait for that. Looking forward to seeing Magnolia talk to y'all. We're following the case of Brian Kohlberger. So the great Magnolia, I'll get to see Magnolia. And I'll be in the box with her. So can't wait for that. In the meantime, we got to get over this first. We got to get over this We gotta resolve this. Victims out there are watching. Celebrities are watching. Everyone in Diddy's inner circle are watching. The whole world is watching. This is a global case. All of you. We did the Gilgo Beach. We went to all the crime scenes on Gilgo Beach with Rex Heuermann. We went to Rex Heuermann's brother's house in Chester, South Carolina. Whoa, that was a scary compound. We went to Rex Heuermann's condo out there in Vegas, all over Long Island, New York City, where his office was. JLR, did you ever go to Crime Con? Yes, we went to Crime Con a couple of years ago in Orlando. We liked Crime Con. Gave us press passes. Thank you, Crime Con, for the press pass. Going around interviewing people and doing all the exhibits there and everything like that. Can't do no filming inside where the speakers were. They didn't let no filming in there. There were only people. But we were hanging out in the hallways and interacting with people. I liked Crime Con. I think the next Crime Con is in Denver, isn't it? Coming up. We're not going to be attending there this year. Kim, thank you. He deserves to never see the streets again, Kim Mackey says. Ever again. Never, ever again. Talia. Thank you. Marana. What does all this stalling do? I'm dying. Just think about victims in crimes when the defendant dares take it to trial and the victims or just have to wait like this. You know, like, I mean, you're at the edge of your seats because, you know, the victims want justice. It's in the hands of the jury. The victims, I can't imagine what the victims are going through right now. And think about Diddy's family. Wonder what they're going through right now. All his children that are there. His children are right behind him. What do you think his children are thinking? I mean, we heard that they did like a group prayer and were bowing their heads. I mean, it appears his children love him. What do you think they're going through? Mom. What do you think the prosecutor's going through? You know, prosecutors putting up this case. They're doing their job. They get paid, but they invest a lot of time, a lot of emotion, preparation. Lawyers. Phoenix 138. Thank you for the gifted membership. One person, new member, JLR Investigates, courtesy of Phoenix. Thank you very much. Calvin Isaac said earlier, why do you think it would take so long for them to come up with a decision? I think I answered that, Calvin, but it's just complex. I'm assuming that because we're already 2 hours into this and we don't have a decision yet. 2 hours is a little too short, though. R. Kelly, it took 2 days. Hey, Phoenix. Phoenix. Another 5 gifted memberships from Phoenix 138. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you. 5 new members. Our army is growing stronger and stronger and stronger. You guys make it great. Keep this community fun. Charities Inc., thank you. Oh, come to Denver. We might go through Denver. You know, when we were going to Idaho, the map, we got to drive from South Florida. I was actually going to go through the Midwest. I wanted to drive on top of Mount Evans in Colorado, that 14,000-foot mountain. You can actually drive your vehicle up to the top, but it's closed for this summer because they're doing maintenance on the road. I really wanted to go to the Rocky Mountains on my way to Idaho. So with that being said, we'll probably go through the north, probably Nebraska, maybe even we might even go to Mount Rushmore. Maybe we'll do a live in Mount Rushmore, maybe the Badlands, going up through that way. Take you through Wyoming. It's going to be a 4-day drive. We're driving, taking all types of luggage. Whoa! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Phoenix, thank you so much, Phoenix. Oh my goodness, Phoenix is dropping memberships. Totally grateful. 20 new members. Thank Phoenix. The 26 people that got memberships from Phoenix. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 26 new members, courtesy of Phoenix 138. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's a lot of members. New members. Last week, there were almost like 100 a day. So many new members. So we appreciate you all and thank you and welcome back. And hopefully you stay. But as we heard from the great Kobe Bryant, one of my favorite basketball players, I've always liked Kobe Bryant because he's from Lower Merion, and that is my area growing up. I remember one of the reporters said to Kobe Bryant, "You won 2 games or 2 games out of the NBA Finals. You got to win 4." He's like, "The job's not done yet. Why aren't you smiling? Why aren't you smiling?" He goes, "Job's not done. The job's not done. Job's not done yet. Got a couple games. Well, in this case, done yet. Job is not done. We're still here. Verdict watch. The job is not done." And again, people going to celebrate with this case, whatever verdict is, sides, different sides are going to celebrate. There's going to be people, if he's found not guilty to celebrate. It's going to be a losing side here. Victims, domestic violence victims, sex trafficking victims, many people are watching. This case also sets precedent, a precedent-setting case. I mean, some of the jury instructions in the R. Kelly case is used in this case. And future cases out of SDNY or even other circuits. But we were talking the other day, me and Magnolia, we were like, well, technically, we have multiple jurisdictions here that could have took the lead role in prosecuting Diddy. Miami, Southern District of Florida. You could have Las Vegas, District of Nevada. You could have Los Angeles, Central District of California. Got New York, Southern District of New York. New York took the lead. But me and Magnolia were like, I don't know if another circuit could actually do this on this level like SDNY. I don't know if you got prosecuted out of it. I don't even know if any other jurisdictions would even pull the trigger and go after this guy and do it like they're doing in SDNY. Like SDNY did it. Like how dare take on a celebrity. Pretty risky, but the prosecution feels like they have a rock solid case and some. But it will set precedent. It will set precedent, meaning other cases, other freak-off participants, other people that engage in this type of behavior and stuff might come to light and you might get prosecuted. And if you get a conviction here, you got a conviction to back it up. Like seize your assets, take everything you got, jail you until trial, convict you, and sentence you all to prison for a long, long time. And here we are. Nothing new breaking yet. We're approaching, we passed 3 o'clock. Inner City Press jumped over to a civil case. Apparently, the Kendrick Lamar Drake civil suit going on. I think it's over that Certified Lover Boy. The lyrics. Something's going on with that civil suit there, and he's over there right now. A lot of other cases go on inside the federal courthouse. 500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. But what's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? I have a feeling we're going to be in these seats tomorrow. We got other photos we'll continue to put up on the screen. We got another one that came out inside the courtroom. It's in the hands of the jurors. Verdict watch. So far, I don't really see like a crazy scene outside the courthouse. Nothing like crazy. New photo. So some of the sketch artists, sketches out of the courthouse, inside the courtroom. So multiple floors up. So we wait. Let's do it. Looks like it's in the low 80s right now out there. '88. Actually, it's 88. 88 degrees. New York City. Juror number 25. This is all over the media right now about juror number 25. Verdict watch. Still underway. Waiting. .500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. What's everyone saying about the case? According to Fox News, Diddy jury setback could indicate a stealth juror might signal advantage, major advantage for the defense, legal expert says. Legal experts warn of a complex jury instructions as deliberations begin today. Roughly an hour after deliberations began, the jury sent a note. The note said that one of the jurors is not able to follow instructions given by the judge. The issue could signal a stealth juror, leading to the possibility of jury nullification, according to a legal expert. After a lengthy discussion on what to send back to the jury, the judge adopted the language for the note proposed by the prosecution. The note said, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instructions on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. The note also explained not to include specific details about deliberations and any future notes. A juror who cannot follow your honor's instructions is a potential stealth juror, and we're looking at the possibility of jury nullification. According to federal prosecutor, her name is Nima Rahmani, the judge can admonish the juror, but if they still refuse to follow instructions, his only real options are to dismiss the juror under Rules 23 and 24 and replace them with an alternate. But that will create an appellate issue or declare a mistrial. and we'll have to start all over. The defense has to be feeling really good right now. According to a former federal prosecutor, is saying that this could be really complicated if this juror gets off and could even trigger a mistrial. Collins remained in the courtroom for about 20 minutes after the judge decided to provide the jury with the government's proposed response. He was sitting at the defense table with his attorneys. Oh, okay, we got 2 books he's reading. Remember the books? On his way out of the courtroom, he held up 2 books he had with him. One is The Power of Positive Thinking. That's one book. The other is Happiness Advantage. He's reading 2 books. Got 2 books. You don't got a Bible. No Bible. Diddy don't got no Bible. He's reading The Power of Positive Thinking and The Happiness Advantage. It's the 2 books he's reading. People say it's a good book. Is it? So we got some books. Positive thinking. Get your mind in the game, right? Thinking. What would you do if you were in Diddy's shoes? How would you be handling the situation? When you have to go back to your jail cell, well, it's cell there at the courthouse, it's the cell. It's where the inmates get held before they go into court, and after they're done court, before they get transported back to the jail, Metropolitan Detention Center, Federal Detention Center, prison, wherever, back to the federal correctional institution, wherever. Interesting. So what we have is Diddy reading some positive books. No hiccups thus far, but as soon as we get some new information or anything, an additional note, might not be another note. We shall see. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. The trial, the RICO trial, sex trafficking trial, still going on. Jury's deliberating. Verdict watch. I'm looking at the what's going on here. We're back live outside the courthouse, 500 Pearl Street, kind of doing courthouse watch. $500 Pearl Street. Golden doors. We wait. Some of the people that testified against Diddy. David James. Regina Gasson. $20,000. Well, you know who that is. Punisher. Punisher. Hey, there's the man that got immunity. Meet George Kaplan. Some of the key figures in this case that have testified. Sounds like that's the agent from Los Angeles talking about the guns. Guns seized. Evidence seized from Diddy's properties. Lots and lots of baby oil and Astroglide. Tubs and tubs of Astroglide. Pills. Legal drugs. Distribution, it's one of the predicates. Distribution of drugs. Looks like her former friend, right? It looks like Carrie Morgan. Carrie Morgan. Oh, there's the judge. That's the judge. He's just the federal judge is just walking around downtown New York. That's crazy. That's the judge. Federal judge citing earlier. Or no, that's now. Could be now. That was the judge. That was his judge. That's crazy. Judge just walks around outside. No protection, no nothing. That's the judge. Wow. No security for the judge. We don't wish any harm on anyone. We're just noting that judge is walking around. Brian Steele, one of the defense attorneys in this case. Capricorn Clark, as we discussed. That's crazy. The judge was just walking around out there. We saw that too. I saw that at Sarah Boone. Judge was out there going to the sandwich shop and getting something to eat at the sandwich shop during deliberation. She was kidnapped. Prosecutors say twice. It's Cassie's mom, isn't it? Who cried on the stand. A lot of people emotional here. Oh, that's Capricorn. I'm sorry. That's Capricorn. I got to keep in mind that Capricorn's a little bit older than when she was years ago. A lot of people crying. We are on verdict watch. There's Nash, the stylist. He jumped on Diddy's back to try to stop Diddy from going at Cassie. Remember, he said he jumped on Diddy's back. He jumped on Diddy's back. Nash jumped right up on Diddy's back. It's Nash on the stand, testifying. He was there because he got a subpoena. Now here's Bana. Diddy don't like Bana at all. They're trying to thwart down that major lawsuit that she got. They try to call Bana a perjurer. Try to say she lied about the date of the balcony incident. They tried to get her testimony out completely, but she testified. You know, Diddy hung her over the balcony and then threw her in a bunch of furniture. She sustained injuries. Cassie talking to KK about it days later. Diddy's people trying to say that at the time of what she said, I believe the date was September 26th, it's impossible for Diddy to do what he did to Bana because Diddy was at the Trump Hotel. He even got a breakfast receipt. But it's been acknowledged that the incident happened. It just didn't happen on that day. Probably a little bit earlier. But days later, there's documentation of Cassie talking to KK about the balcony incident. I always said with this one, they were trying to kill two birds with one stone, trying to discredit her because they want to shoot down They want to shoot down that civil lawsuit that Bana got. The civil lawsuit. A lot of people in suits and ties coming around that federal courthouse, dressed up. And then we know about the Intercontinental video. The video that the jurors have seen over and over and over again in this case. Over and over and over again. Anton. Closing. There's Paul, the trainer, the Shaquille O'Neal of the freak offs. Got Paul. Paul looks like he's in good shape. Paul looks like he's in really good shape, right? Hello, hello. Happy Monday, everyone. Wherever you're from. There's Diddy. Well, we call that the nerd defense when he was sitting up there with the sweater. And then we got KK, major participant in this RICO conspiracy. Prosecutors think that she's involved all the way up to like Diddy type level here. The right brain of Diddy. That's what now the defense says she's a very nice person. Defense didn't bring her on the stand as any witness where they had the opportunity to. Hello, hello. KK, will she get another indictment? Verdict watch. So we could be here an hour and a half, or we could be here past 5 p.m. Remains to be seen. Verdict watch. I'm going to heat my coffee up. I'll be back in a second. All right, so it looks pretty busy out there. It looks like maybe some law students, tour people.
Yeah, but Sydney, yeah. UMG was represented by Lee and Frank.
We'll be here as long as this thing is deliberating. That's our goal here. Will they get a verdict today? Remember, the poll we had said 1/3 of you thought that they would have a verdict by the end of the day. 1/3 of you. Majority thought 2 to 5 days. We shall see. Hi, Tom and Lauren. Nice to see you back. Kay Rafferty, thank you. Tammy Walsh, thank you. Here we are. We're all waiting. We're just waiting. Waiting. I expected this to be like this. We're pretty fast today. We're already at 3:30. Time flies when you're having fun. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. I'll continue to say that. How are the other rappers feeling right now? How's Tyler Perry feeling? How's Fat Joe feeling? How's Jay-Z feeling? I think some of the other entertainers and celebrities out there feeling right now. Anyone getting nervous? Robin says she actually thinks the verdict will come tomorrow. When Diddy is found guilty. Hey, beautiful people, welcome back. I know you've probably been here the whole time. $50 years, that's a life sentence. I know, Punchy. Long time. It's like if you're born, it's half your life. More than half your life. Yeah, it's definitely a long, long time. We sit and wait. Will it go past 5 o'clock? That's the question. Sounds like it's getting a little animated out there a little bit. What's going on with the screaming? Hey, isn't that Diddy's attorney right there? Isn't that Xavier Donaldson? Hey, did Xavier Donaldson just step out? That looked like Xavier Donaldson, one of his attorneys. That was him. Yeah, he's always dressed in sharp. Xavier Donaldson's dressed sharp all the time. Suits, fitted suits. I don't know who's screaming. We're waiting. People coming in and out. All right, so last news report was the note, an hour and 22 minutes ago. So we wait. I feel sorry for the woman. I didn't at first. I thought they were gold diggers, but no way can this scenario happen so many times in such a similar fashion. He groomed and cultivated the game. Thank you for the comment, Sheila. We are on verdict watch, so we're just sitting here waiting, kind of chilling. Off to work, in my opinion. Be safe. Have fun at work. Thank you for coming in. See you again. Crimes have consequences, says Diddy won't walk free in all caps. Where are all the Diddy supporters outside the courthouse? Adopt the Cat says. There's a few of them. Not many, though. Thought it would be more. Who's inside if everyone is outside walking around? You know, they get closer to a verdict, the judge might allow them to stay. I was in a similar situation, and it never ends. Even if you get divorced and a restraining orders, don't mean anything to narcissists, Jennifer says. Thank you for the comment, Jennifer. Sorry you had to go through things. Hey, Melinda Snipes. Remember the name, Snipes. Snipes, like Wesley Snipes. Snipes. Super sticker. Thank you. Wait. California will be tore up if guilty, he says. And I don't think anyone will be rioting if he's found guilty. I really don't. The reason why, because we've been watching, and it's just with Diddy, I don't really see any support for him mainstream wise, as far as like celebrities and a lot of people putting their neck out for him. It's just very few. It's very few. Magnolia says no support. I don't think we'll see any rioting in the streets on this one, regardless of either verdict. I really don't. Whatever the verdict is, guilty or not guilty. Magnolia points out that they had to pay $20. They paid people $20 to wear Diddy shirts. That's a true report because they backed it by they emitting that on video that were out there. $20 an hour to stand out there with a free puff shirt. They all look the same too. Cindy, YouTuber. Thank you for being a new member. YouTuber Cindy. Thank you. Really no new updates on any type of news report. We got the gist of what happened with 25. Now we just sit here and wait. Now the next question is, does this go past 5 p.m.? Verdict watch. Someone's screaming pretty hard out there. What's all the commotion about? Will today be the day? I don't know. I hear a little cussing. A little bit. Verdict watch. Why couldn't Diddy have had a good defense team? Sad. Alex Spiro was taken at the time by Eric Adams and Alec Baldwin, both of whom he got set free. Don't forget Magnolia Jay-Z, civil suit. Alex Spiro. Alex Sparrow seems like he's getting his clients off. Eric Adams, Jay-Z in the civil. Alec Baldwin, Diddy gets attorney Mark, who represented Keith Raniere and got 120 years in prison. Who else could have Diddy got as an attorney that could have done better? You think if his attorneys didn't do good, you think anyone could have done better? Any attorney out there? Like, is there any other great attorneys out there? Jose Baez. A lot of people think Jose Baez is pretty good. Casey Anthony's attorney. Aaron Hernandez's attorney. People like Brian Steele, though. They like Steele. Any other attorneys out there that actually Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. Alec Murdoch case. Busby as a criminal defense attorney. Camille Vasquez. F. Lee Bailey. Thomas Massaro. Michael Jackson's attorney, Thomas Massaro. Mark Amira. George Zimmerman's attorney, Mark Amira. What do you think? People think Diddy should have got Alan Jackson from the Karen Reed case. Alan Jackson. So I see, people are mentioning some high-profile attorneys here. Joe. Who is his name? Joe Tacopina, who's defending Fat Joe against Busby. They say that guy's pretty good. I don't know much about him, but I've seen his face. Say he's a bulldog in court. Fat Joe's attorney, Joe T. I don't know if I said his last name right, but I definitely know that face. Don't know much about him. Yeah, some people saying that he's good. He's good. What about Alan Dershowitz? Who's out there that's good? Who could do this? I'm trying to think of Florida-based lawyers. Any good ones? Or does he have the right attorney? Here, attorneys, if you're out there, you can advertise yourself. Go ahead. Give somebody the plug. Morgan and Morgan. Oh, I see those signs everywhere. Morgan and Morgan. The injury lawyers, the #1 law firm that says bigger is better. Morgan and Morgan. I think they're civil, right? Morgan and Morgan. They're all over Florida. Morgan and Morgan. I think they're the civil powerhouse of this country. Morgan and Morgan. They say that John Morgan of the Morgan and Morgan, he might run for governor of Florida. A lot of people love Johnny Cochran. Think Johnny Cochran could have got him out? David says Morgan and Morgan lost my case. They stink. I'm sorry that happened. Morgan and Morgan lost your case? But what are some really good, solid attorneys out of New York where that can practice law in SDNY, federal? People say Kodak Black's lawyer. Just Google best criminal defense. I personally like Alex Sparrow. I like him with the Baldwin case. I was impressed with his legal argument. Oh, there's the one. I always see this. He's a political lawyer. His name is Abe Lowell, Lowell, or Abby Lowell, Abbe. I see that name all the time with white collar. Who can get you out of a situation? Who would you call? Jose Baez is listed up there, though, according to AI Overview. Brian Bieber's also up there, too. Brian Bieber, who was out there representing Brendan Paul. People think Brian Bieber is a pretty good attorney. He possibly could be the best one in South Florida. Or people say Matlack. I know a guy in Texas that was known in the federal circuit pretty good. He's out of Houston. His name is Dick DeGuerin. You say he's pretty good. Dick DeGuerin. Anybody know anything about Dick DeGuerin? In the Houston area? Karma and Associates. Perry Mason. Roy Black. Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul. Benjamin Braffman. Cochran and Ben Braffman were his two main attorneys in the club shooting. Thanks for reminding, Italian. Wow, so long ago. 2001. Benjamin Braffman and Johnny Cochran. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. I thought they were going to do the glove thing with Kid Cudi's car. The portion of the glove that left when a glove was left in, and if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I thought they were going to go that route. Diddy's lawyers hit the lottery defending him. And once they seen the money getting low, they slacked off. Got a quick pay. Go do 50 years, Diddy, says Punchy. I mean, it just makes me wonder if they really actually manipulated him. Because any reasonable attorney will tell you a pragmatic approach. When the feds got you, they got you. You better start wheeling and dealing. And for his lawyers to somehow think that or tell him that he could beat this case, I just don't buy that. But I do think assets are a part of this, though. That's why it's so defined, because I know a requirement of guilty would have been forfeiture. I'm just convinced. And he don't want to do it. He don't want to lose all his money. He don't want to lose his money. Hey, Larry Sharp. Nice to see you, Larry. Hello. Happy Monday, Larry. Nice to see you. Bruce Rivers. Never heard of Bruce Rivers? Billy Martin. Vick's lawyer. Michael Vick's lawyer. Billy Martin. But Vick got a conviction on the Fed level for the dog fighting. Whoa. What's going on there? Somebody playing a bunch of music. Ben Crump. He's more of a civil rights attorney, though, isn't he? Ben Crump. Jose Bias is the one. Can he file Bias? Is he admitted into federal courts? Has Bias ever defended a federal case? I've always said, like, in certain states, some lawyers are hot shots. They're like the big fish in a small pond. When you come to the federal level, you're like a small fish in a big pond. So you might be good wherever you're at, in your area, your jurisdiction, in your community, your county, even in your state. Big fish, small pond. But take that same big fish and put them in a big pond. The feds is a big pond. It's really a big pond. It's literally the biggest pond out there. It's a whole different level. It's a whole different animal. It's a whole different ball game on a federal level. My own case, I'm not going to throw lawyers under the bus, so I'm not even going to say name. Who I thought was good on a federal level didn't do too good. But again, once you're on the Fed levels, the Feds got you, they got you. It's pretty much a slam dunk. I don't know who's yelling in the background. There was people yelling. We're approaching the 4 o'clock hour, ladies and gentlemen. We've been here for 7 hours and 46 minutes. It is believed that the jury will go on to 5, and they'll probably go home, though they could stay. It's hope they stay. If they stay, there might be an indication they might get a verdict today. Maybe. Or they just want to keep on trekking along. Brian, what is his last name? Monganale. Yeah. Bill Cosby's lawyer actually got him a mistrial in the first trial. Brian M. They say he's pretty good. He got Bill Cosby a mistrial. Laura said, JLR, or Magnolia, have JLR introduce the cat. I can do that. We'll see. I'll stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, this is OJ. Hello, OJ. Everyone, this is OJ. We're watching Verdict Watch. Hello. Say hi. Say hi. Yeah. That is my OJ. She is 7 years old. She weighs 15 pounds. She's an orange tabby. She been there rough times, good times, bad times, all times. So she's around in the mix. We got the sheets. We got the sheets. Folks, we got the sheets. Thank you, Cindy Sin. Thank you very much. Troy, are you really a good lawyer if you get a guilty person an innocent verdict? Great question, Troy. That's a great question. Pretty Little Poison, hello. Oh, it's so long, but the jury charge is really, really long. Filed today, 62 pages. It's so much to go through, but we'll kind of scan it over a little bit. Here's some jury charges here that's been out there now. And there you go. Looks like racketeering, conspiracy, it says, how do you find the defendant? Guilty or not guilty? So, if it's not guilty, you don't go down the 8 predicates. But if you are found guilty, if they find him guilty on RICO, then you go down the list. If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, which type of racketeering acts do you unanimously find were involved in the offense? And there we go. Acts involving kidnapping. Proved or not proved. Acts involving arson. Proved or not proved. Acts involving bribery. Proved or not proved. Acts involved witness tampering. Proved or not proved. Acts involving forced labor. Proved or not proved. Acts involved sex trafficking. Proved or not proved. Acts involved for transportation of prostitution. Proved or not proved. Acts involving drug distribution. Proved or not proved. Then it says, if and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity involve sex trafficking of Cassie? Yes or no? If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include sex trafficking of Jane? Yes or no? So, you see what I'm saying? He could still be found guilty on racketeering, but certain theories or certain elements, crimes of those 8, some they might say not proven, but he could still be convicted of RICO. Which means then at that point, they'll determine what the sentence should be range based off the acts that he was proven, and some of the acts that weren't not proven won't go against him. Hopefully. You would think, for his lawyer's sake. Count 2. Count 2. Sex trafficking of Cassie. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty? Simple as that. Guilty or not guilty. Count 3. Mann Act. The Mann Act. Transportation. Cassie Ventura. How do you find the defendant? Guilty or not guilty? And then you got count 4. Sex trafficking of Jane. Guilty or not guilty? Count 5. Sex trafficking, or I'm sorry, Mann Act. Transportation of Jane. Same thing with Cassie in count 3. Guilty or not guilty? Sign. 4-person. There you go. There's the instructions. I don't think it's that confusing. You think that's that confusing like that? I don't think it's confusing. I think it's very easy. Personally, I think it's pretty easy. I think anyone could do, figure this out. I think anybody can figure that out. We're live right outside the courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. I think it's easy. I don't think it's confusing at all. I don't know why they would even have a question on that. We shall see, though. Deliberations are underway. Verdict watch, what we call this. Verdict watch. So that just came out. And then there's a whole large page here with 60-something pages here. I'll have to read over it later. The jury charge itself. It's just long. It's so long. That was the stuff they wanted. They were some stipulation between the parties. They put it together. Some things they wanted out. Some things they did. I know one case one thing I can remember. The defense didn't want the word government capitalized with the G. Duties of the foreperson, according to the charge here, the first thing you should do when you retire to deliberate is take a vote to select one of you to sit as a foreperson, and then send out a note indicating who you have chosen. They chose juror number 5. The foreperson doesn't have any more power or authority than any other juror. And his or her vote or opinion doesn't count for any more than any other juror's vote or opinion. The foreperson is merely your spokesperson to the court. He or she will send out any notes, and when the jury has reached a verdict, he or she will notify the marshal that the jury has reached a verdict. And you will come into open court and give the verdict. Well, the foreperson doesn't have any other power that the other ones have. It's equal. Everyone's equal, it appears. Equal. So that's one thing that stuck out. So I'm kind of reading this here. I'll keep reading on if anything clearly sticks out. But the verdict sheet, really simple. I think it's simple. We shall see, though. See if anyone has any difficulty. All right, deliberations is still underway. It is 4:11. We'll see how long this goes on today. And we'll do the same. They don't come up with a verdict today. We'll do the same thing like we do every day. Jump back on 8:15. Keep it going. Do you think KK will be next? Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I do think KK. Talia. Absolutely. I do think KK is next. Absolutely. Now, will she go to trial? Looks like she lost her chance. I'm assuming the government wanted her to testify against Diddy, but maybe they didn't even want to use her to testify against Diddy. Have we ever considered that? That they're just like, nah, we don't trust her. She could sabotage the whole entire case. Nah, we don't need her. Let's just get her on an indictment, and then if she wants to choose to plead guilty without any, maybe acceptance responsibility, maybe sign a 5K 1.1 proffer agreement or something and debrief and purge to the feds truthfully, and she could get some reduced sentence of acceptance responsibility. But no, I think they're actually 100% going to indict her, and there will be an indictment unless she worked out a deal, criminal information, pre-indictment. But yeah, the difference between KK and these other people that got immunity, The other ones that got immunity are really low on here, and it doesn't appear that the prosecution planned to charge any of them. Posted her, KK. So even if she was just going to spill the beans on Diddy, she's not going to get off with no jail time. KK is going to prison. So she either rolls the dice and gets indicted and takes it to trial and tries to find a way to get fully off, which is literally impossible. We'll see what happens with Diddy. Or she agrees to plead guilty, 5K1, substantial assistance, low end of the guidelines, 3 points acceptance of responsibility, and maybe walks away with a 5 or 10 piece. I could see KK walking away with 10 years, maybe even 5. And I also can see KK getting decades in prison too if she decides to go the same route as Diddy. I don't think they would offer her a deal that's similar to what they offered Diddy, but I do think it requires significant prison time. And I'll call 5 years significant. 5 years is a long time. I think KK gets no 100% immunity, period. No, you can't do that. She's too involved. Can't just let her walk away unscathed. So, yeah, I do believe KK is next. And her next. Literally her next. Maybe the next batch of them. I think D-Rock's next, and I think Fahim is next. Now, others, maybe. Maybe. Next one might be a group of them, possibly, together. Oh, yeah, KK's in trouble. Some people think KK's worse, and KK would get more time than Diddy. I mean, she's on that level. But would the government go hard on her like they're doing Diddy? And they're going hard on Diddy. They're going life on him. We don't know what KK knows. Thing about it is KK's not in those rooms doing those freak-offs. Even shows she helped facilitate them. I think it's I don't know. It's up for debate on what type of level of evil KK's on. If you feel like it's evil. Some might say KK's nice. She's in trouble. She knows it. She knows it. She can't get probation on that. They don't give probation. They do, but they don't. They don't give probation, federal probation. To get federal probation is rare. It's literally, you have to be literally have a very, very, very small type of crime. Because the guideline range is 0 to 6 months. It has to be like a misdemeanor or a low-level false statement charge, obstruction charge, something. That's the only way you're getting probation on the federal level. Might have to do some house arrest. Might have to do a year in confinement. But you're not getting just flat out probation on the federal level. It very rarely happens. It does, but it's not happening in this case. She ain't walking with probation in this. No way. She ain't walking with a year and a day either. 5K1, acceptance responsibility. I see nothing less than 5 years on KK. Nothing less than 5. I would say 10. Depends how egregious it is, though. I mean, they know more and they're prepared. It's coming. I can 100% book on this that KK is getting indicted. It's coming. If it's not already here, it's coming. She's not walking away from this. They're going to indict her if she's not already indicted. See, me, I think part of this was Diddy's paying for her legal expenses, just like Diddy was paying for Jane's legal expenses. So Diddy might have some control over KK right now through legal. But other people have shared KK's lawyer. I don't know who's paying for her lawyer. You think Diddy's going to leave her out to dry like that without telling? Telling, not telling? Yeah, KK. People say D-Rock. Thumbs up, D-Rock. People say D-Rock. D-Rock's the older era, but as you heard the government, the continuing RICO started in 2004. D-Rock is most certainly involved and around. if they're going to say Diddy's involved with a RICO that started in 2004 all the way up to 2024 continuously, then D-Rock's in it. Players and participants change, but the RICO stays. He's in it. He's involved. He's lumped in. He's lumped in. Now, I don't know if the older bodyguards from back in the day, like Paulie and Ruben, I don't know what would happen to them. Bonds, I don't know what would happen to them. They'd probably use them on D-Rock. Or do like similar to what you heard with some assistants here with like Kaplan and David James, Ferguson, former employees. I don't think Ferguson got immunity. Kaplan and David James did. So did Jonathan Perez, right? So did Brandon Paul. Well, when people say, you know, KK's the Maxwell, just Ghislaine Maxwell to, you know what I'm saying? They say that she's like a Maxwell. I mean, you know, KK knew what was going on. KK, what do you mean KK's just doing all this stuff and doesn't know what's happening behind the scenes? Are you kidding me? Last report we got was 2 hours and 22 minutes ago saying about the jury, about the note. Bonnie H., thank you. We love OJ. I'm taking OJ with me, my cat, to Idaho. That's going to be an interesting ride in the vehicle. That's going to be an interesting adventure. Bringing a cat. A little bit worried there. A little bit worried how the cat will do on a 4-day road trip. Got a lot of equipment. Can't fly, drive. People say, good luck with that, bringing a cat into a car. She's cool. I think she's cool with whatever environment as long as she's around me. Can't wait to hear about the cat. She'll probably rip up my seat in the car if I let her out. No, we'll see. I'm going to let her out in the vehicle. She can sit on my lap while I drive. It'd be cool. Might make it fun. Pet the cat while you go. All right, so here we are, folks. Nothing new to report so far. Verdict watch continues. JLR investigates, Magnolia investigates. We're just waiting to see if we get a verdict today. Might have about 40 minutes left. We are on straight verdict watch. Stand by. As soon as we get any indication that there's a note, a hiccup, something happening, fighting amongst the jurors, disagreements, drama, we will instantly share. But so far, it seems like everything has been smooth since the judge gave those instructions. Do we trust juror number 25? Should we trust 25? Steven said, stop talking. I don't know. You guys just want to sit here and listen to a empty room. Seem interesting out there, though, a little bit. Outside. Yeah, I'm not taking OJ out in my vehicle. I'll keep her secure. All right, so we got a little Marshall here. What's going on here? Usually when the marshal steps to the plate, someone is out there. Look, more marshals coming out. Now, what's going on? What's going on here? What do we got? live outside the P. Diddy Combs trial. Outside the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. Hey, Erica. Erica says, if KK didn't know anything what Combs was up to, then I'm the first lady of the United States. With a smiley emoji. I know, right? It's almost like the prosecution saying, Diddy involved with Kid Cudi's blowing up of his Porsche. Of course, KK knew every single secret in detail. He was the closest to Diddy. She got $600,000 a year. A lot of these employees would emphasize what Diddy was doing. KK knew. She knew and participated as far as providing supplies, logistical support, organization, arrangement of hotels. She was involved. And that's my opinion based off what we listened to at this trial. KK. I like how the prosecution also refers her to KK. KK. They knew. They absolutely knew. Verdict watch. The question is, will they deliberate after 5 p.m.? Hey, Jane. Thank you very much, Jane. Jane B. SP. SP has a question. What about his son, Justin, and Christian? They have lawsuits too. Yeah, you hear the Christian lawsuit? That was pretty wild. If the jury stays after 5 p.m., will we have breaking news today or next day? You ask a lot of questions, SP, and I thank you for that. They got lawsuits too, both Christian and Justin. Their own civil suits. Who defends them from that? Well, Diddy is going to have to. But Christian is accused of doing some pretty bad things himself. Justin, too, in a new recent lawsuit. I don't know how many they were totally involved in all these suits, but Christian has one dealing with SA type stuff, and Justin has one that I know of. Great question. Seems like the whole Diddy children and those three are bad. I don't know about Quincy, but again, Quincy, the body language of Quincy seems like he's a little bit separated from the boys in a sense. He's always just doesn't seem like there's a closeness. That's just my opinion. I'm just my observation based off him arriving in court. Likes to walk ahead. Quincy, a little bit. But yeah, let us know what you think about the children and their role in this and their accusations against them. MB Designs. MB Designs. Cowboy hat. It looks like you got a horse. Thank you again. 5 gifted memberships. MB Designs, Texas. Texas in the house. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. 5 new members of JLR Investigates. MB Designs, Texas. Thank you very much. Dej, a.k.a. DJ, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. Christian Combs just wrote some music, like a free Diddy song. I was listening into it. I can't play it now. It's copyright. They'll probably hit us up with a copyright. I was listening to the song. Did y'all hear the new song, King Combs? So there's a female by the name of Grace O. We'll just call her Grace O. And this lawsuit happened. I remember it happened. Let me just get the actual date. Yeah, April last year. On a yacht. The son, Christian Combs, has been accused of essaying a woman on a yacht during a family holiday in St. Martin in 2022. So that happened around the time of the raid. And then Justin accused in a new lawsuit of doing something to a woman, alluring her to Diddy's 200 Mapleton property. Based on AI overview, there's no indication that the lawsuit against Christian Combs also being sued by, didn't he not pay, how much was it, Magnolia? He didn't pay his $17,000 credit card bill last year around the time the indictment went down. Christian Combs also sued for not paying his credit card bill. I think it was American Express. Don't leave home without it. Pay your credit card bills. Like $17K or something like that. So yeah, it looks like the Christian Combs lawsuit is still in play. And then Justin was just sued the other day from a woman they tried to lure over to the house. Is it frivolous? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, the Suns also have their legal problems. Quincy, does he have any lawsuits? According to AI Overview, several legal matters involving Sean Diddy Combs, known as P. Diddy, have come to the public attention, with his son Quincy often referred to as Quincy in some of them. Quincy mentioned in some legal proceedings, and again, hate to say, folks, but I'm sure the children are going to be dragged in a bundle. I'm not saying I hate to say. I just don't, I don't know if they're involved or not. I don't know until stuff really comes out, government accusations or more stuff comes out. But you would think you want to believe the one that's suing King Combs that stuff is true. Grace, maybe it's not. Maybe it is. They're there supporting their dad. We'll pick apart these lawsuits and dissect them. There's a lot. And I've heard, like, I'll be honest, as much as the Tootsie Roll stuff sounds funny with the woman that's saying that he has a little itty bitty Tootsie Roll and stuff, I want to think that's frivolous. I want to think that one is frivolous. So if he is convicted of RICO, his fortune is wiped out. I think his fortune will be significantly impacted, SP. Like literally possibly wiped out. Unless they're hiding assets. Yeah, I do. I do think the RICO conviction can take his fortunes and seize Bad Boy Enterprises and all its assets. Yeah, I do. And maybe possibly just on the transportation of prostitutes and sex trafficking, they could seize his assets, like all of it. RICO, oh yeah, they're gunning for it. He knows that. Why is this case so long? So many victims, so many years. You're talking 20 years, multiple victims. We've probably been on for what, about 2-3 hours now of deliberations. 3 hours. Diddy, midgets. I personally think that again, it might be true. Might be true, some of it. But the Diddy Tootsie Roll, I don't know. Sounds a little just good for entertainment, for the media to touch on that. Remember, anyone can file a lawsuit on anyone. You literally can. Some of these lawsuits, it appears, were, I thought I saw 3 that were pro se. Like literally just somebody without a lawyer just suing Diddy. Pro se, it's kind of a red flag. Not saying no knock on anyone that files pro se. Some people don't want lawyers. But if you file pro se when it comes to stuff like this against powerhouse celebrities, kind of think, well, the person probably was trying to shop around to a lawyer to try to take the case on, and the lawyer thought no merit. They're just going to go out on their own and do it. Or they just try to get a payday and they don't want to pay their lawyer. They won't pay a lawyer that cut. Whatever it might be, 30%, 40%, 50 maybe. Started around 11:30. It's 4:30. It appears they deliberate with lunch there or meals there. I'm sure they're probably eating sandwiches and food while they deliberate. Yeah, probably. Maybe, maybe not. Might get hit up with the RICO. But nothing. There's nothing coming out like right now. We don't know what. This thing is going pretty smooth right now, it appears at this point. Kelly says, has anyone talked about his newest kid's mother? We haven't really tapped into his baby mother's, his newborn, or any of the baby's mothers like that. I mean, Kim Porter we know about. I was shocked there was just so many women here, man. This guy literally had like 10 different women. I count about 10. All while Kim Porter's in the mix. Anyone getting hungry? Marshall's up there getting a little tired. He's sitting a little. He's using it. Getting a little tired. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Probably shaded there too. Underneath those trees there. I don't see the sun beating down. Sun seems like it beats down in the morning there and then probably shifts direction as the day winds down. We are on wait and see what happens here. Verdict watch. Picture of Diddy. We keep switching up the pictures here, but no new update coming out. So hopefully it's smoothing and, that first issue got ironed out. 25 gets put in the line, at least to work with the group. You're welcome, Flo Schneider. Welcome. Thanks so much for the gifted membership. Someone gifted it to you, Flo. We got a lot of people gifting memberships out. We appreciate everyone. You've been lurking and listening the entire trial. And people come and go. Some people sit in here for hours. Some check in periodically, want to know the latest. Some want to come in and just hang out in the chat, share around, talk, be cool. We're all cool, man. We're super chill here doing this entire trial. or just seeing what's up. See what's going on. Actually, without any information, I'm kind of like, give me some info. Give me input. Tell me what's going on. I want to know what's up. A little shocked that there hasn't been any new developments. 440 almost. 440. We'll see if this goes past 5. I think if it gets around 5 o'clock and we get reports of them bringing the jury back in, I think it's to dismiss them for the day. We shall see. Or ask them if they want to at least continue. And if they say they want to continue past 5, it could be an indication they're getting closer to a verdict. Or they're just trying to iron out. Or maybe they have come up with a game plan and said, look, this is what we're all going to do. We're all going to do this, that, and the other. We're going to work like as a way we're picking apart through the evidence. Shelly Bass, welcome aboard. Thank you for being here. Very grateful. We appreciate it. For sure. Continuous coverage, Sean P. Diddy Combs. You're drinking your big red soda. Wish I had some pizza. Pizza party. Verdict watch. We're having a pizza party. Yeah, Diddy is also named in that new lawsuit. Oh, you're going grocery shopping, Laura. Sounds like fun. MKO, hey. Grocery shopping. Listening to JLR. Can the judge supersede what the jury votes? I don't think so, MKO. I don't. But we need a lawyer to answer that question. I can't answer that. I don't know. It's a great question. Can the judge supersede what the jury votes? Just thinking about some popcorn. Sharika said. KC. People say the jury should be sequestered. There should be no way this jury should be able to part ways and go home. You really think the jury's not going to sit there and pick up their phone and check out YouTube? You don't think the juror's going to sit around and be like, I'm not supposed to, but no one's looking here. Give me your phone. Somebody else's phone, just in case they want to cover their tracks or use one of those apps, block your IP or hide what you're searching, search hidings, and sit around and say, I want to see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, hey, I'm going to check out YouTube. I'm going to check out TikTok. I'm going to look Diddy case on Facebook, X, Twitter, Google, TMZ. I'm sure some of those jurors probably sneaky. Hi, Mikey. How long can they deliberate for? Well, they're going to have to give an Allen charge if they go on forever. The judge is going to have to come in and encourage them to continue. But I'm thinking, Mikey, I personally think the judge is not going to. I think personally, if they don't come by Friday, I think the judge will come back next week. I really do. I think the judge gives them a week. So next Monday or Tuesday before the judge really comes in and finds out what's up. I really do. Because it's a RICO case. If we were a smaller type of crime or something with less evidence and everything like that, I think the judge would try to get this done in 3 days or so, or at least try to find out what's up. But I think this goes on into next week if the judge just lets them go for another week. Jury decides, judge sentences. FOWTB says, thank you. I could see us going into next week. I also could see it happening today. They say a judge can intervene. Crimes have consequences, says. I think judge can supersede sentencing, but not conviction. Federal law. Everyone start Googling around federal law. See what we got. I can never eat applesauce again, Vicky G says. Applesauce. Lots of apples and applesauce. The way Diddy stomped on Cassie, the hotel video was horrendous. So what if you are a billionaire, Unique says. Right? That was bad. They say bribery. Defense says no police. It's not bribery, but that tape is horrible. Horrible. And it just shows you who he really is. Sequester, I just saw. Jury number 25 definitely going home to deliberate with his partner, Sassy said. If you can't follow jury instructions, how do we trust juror number 25 to go home and keep it a secret? I feel verdict tomorrow afternoon, Madison Lee says. I wouldn't be shocked either way. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if we got one now. I wouldn't be shocked if this goes on a week. I would be shocked if there's a full acquittal. I think Puff chose turning Mark A because he has experience in defending disgusting, abusing, narcissist men. He defended Ranieri. Got him 120 years. I didn't think Mark was that good. We got some of Mark's interviews from before. I was kind of looking over them, trying to peep them out a little bit. He kind of has, Mark, to me, like CNN used to have a legal analyst named Jeffrey Toobin. Jeffrey Toobin kind of reminds me of Mark a little bit. That Jeffrey Toobin, legal, like New York circle. You know, you following what I mean? I wasn't personally impressed by Mark. He's also helping his wife defend Luigi Mangione on the federal level too. That's going to be an interesting case. Wilhelm said, no way before the 4th. No way. Just no way. Five minutes to 5 p.m. Will we stay to 6? I mean, 5 p.m. is the number I keep hearing. So I don't know what's going to happen at 5. But people are saying that update, the judge will ask what's up at 5 p.m. Like, how's everything going? Ask them if they want to stay or continue. Is everything going? I don't know. I don't know what happened here. Look at this. Honey. Honey, honey, honey. Learned about some honey. Honey. Yeah, keep your comments coming. We're waiting. We're waiting. I would think that jurors want to go home and celebrate, but they can go home anyway and celebrate 4th of July, don't you think? They can technically go celebrate. They're not sequestered, so what's the rush? They can go home and celebrate 4th of July over the weekend, not read about this case, talk about this case, and just have some fun 4th of July. And they get back at deliberating on Monday. They could do that. What's going on here? What's this guy saying? Michael Parker said, I know a secret. LOL, 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 LOL. What's your secret? Spill it. What's your secret, Michael? Please share. Spill the beans. Tell us what's going on, Michael. You got our attention. Michael got a secret. Everybody, Michael, you got everyone's attention, Michael. Michael has a secret. Spill the tea. Look, Michael, spill the tea. Spill the tea. I want to know what the secret is. Look, spill it. You say you got the secret. Look, everyone now, Michael, look in the chat, Mike. Everybody's like, spill the tea, Mike. Spill it. What you know? Tell us, please. What's the secret? Michael, you juror? I know a secret. Tell us. Spill it. Mike, look. People are like, spill it. Tell us the secret. What we got? What do we got? I'm trying to look and see if you reply. If anyone sees Michael's reply, if I miss it, I'm waiting for your reply, Michael. We shall see. All right. So we'll wait. Hopefully come up with a secret. People are like, Michael's juror number 6. All right. So we're here, folks. We're waiting. No reply. Oh, is that Maui? Maui? Maui says guilty. Guilty with a shirt. Guilty. Flat out guilty. Guilty. SP said, are the children in attendance today? Yes. 6 of 7. The newborn is the only. The newborn has never came. You don't bring a newborn to a trial. Timothy Brown says, I don't think there'll be a verdict today. I'm starting to think that, Timothy, unless we get the judge saying, unless we get some indication of something. Like, yo, are you guys pretty close? How's everything going? I don't know the status. Does it even work that way? Does the judge even get to check on their status? Is there a time frame they just come in and ask? All right, well, you guys didn't go. You guys didn't get a verdict today. Okay, see you tomorrow morning. Notice there's a lot of activity out here now, as if it's going to end here. Notice the more activity. Looks like there's more marshals coming out. Getting ready for that 5 o'clock end of the day.
I got you. Thank you.
I would think that they all know 5 o'clock or go home. I personally think, hey, it's marathon this thing all night. Let's do a Lionel Richie all night long. All night long. All night. Diddy with his high heels. All right. So we kind of see the doors here, see who steps out. I have a feeling we're not going to get a verdict today. We're on verdict watch, though. Dun, dun, dun. And if they don't have a verdict, is that favorable towards the defendant, or what do you take? If they don't have a verdict the first day, is that advantage defense, advantage prosecution, or we just don't know? We have an update. All right, stand by. We have an update. We have an update. I was just informed we have an update. Sean Combs has been brought back into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. Lawyers are gathered around looking at a piece of paper. Ooh, breaking news. What's on this piece of paper? Another jury note? Or whose paper is it? The defense paper? He's been brought back into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. The suspense that's started. What do we have? Verdict? No verdict? Piece of paper? Bringing them in to quit for the day? Okay, so I'm getting information here, and we put it on the screen. The jury in the Sean Diddy Combs case has sent another note to the judge. Oh, trying to read screens here to find out what's going on. Another note. Another note. Folks, we have another note. What could this note be? Earlier, maybe it's the same juror, number 25. Can't get with the flow. We shall see. A note. Oh, boy. Breaking news. A note. Another note. Combs in the courtroom and his lawyers are gathering around him. Jury sent another note. A note. Dun, dun, dun. All right. We're going to get information shortly of what this note is about. Hopefully. Could be a long night, folks. Could be a short night. We don't know. Another note. Notes keep flying. Left and right in this case. This will be the second note already. Another note. Another note, folks. Somebody asked Inner City Press, could it be a plea deal? He's saying highly unlikely. But anything's possible. But highly unlikely. I don't think it has anything to do with a plea deal. It's a jury note. Jury note. What's on the note? We're waiting to see what's on the note. They're going to have to bring the judge in. Will it be juror number 25 still, or some other juror? Or will it just be a collective group of questioning? Questions. Jurors have questions. Questions. What is it? A uncooperative juror? Or what? Can only speculate. Holmes is in the courtroom. Breaking news, Holmes is in the courtroom. We shall see what's up. Something is going on. What in the heck is going on? We shall see. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. $25 or not? What's the judge going to do here? Got the music still going. A note. Oh, 2 letters from the jury. 2 letters. We have 2 letters. Oh, smokes. 2 letters. 2 letters is being reported. Folks, we have 2 letters. Oh. We have 2 letters from the jury, the judge says. Two letters. Oh boy, get your popcorn. 2 letters. My nerves too. Now we got 2 letters. Acting out. Stand by. We have 2 letters from the jury. If an individual asks for a controlled substance, and the person hands it over. But I would say, yeah, what do you think? What's your answer to that question? Is drug distribution is the 8th element to the RICO. It's the last one. So I'm wondering if they already went through the RICOs and they're at the last one. I mean, I understand what they're doing here, but yeah, I see it. Yes. I mean, just handing it over to someone else is distribution. That's the prosecutor have already said that, according to federal law. And the second says they will end at 5 p.m. All right, so the jury charge, they're going to respond to that question about the distribution based off the jury charge. Let me go down here to the jury charge and see if it's in there at all within the 60-page document. Okay, so one, what we know is the jurors have indicated they will end at 5 p.m. So that's coming. Now I'm going to go down here to the jury charge. There's a 60. Let me go to drug distribution and see if it's there. First element, second element, fourth element. It's the 8th element. So let me find it here. We have a response to the question, but if the jury wants to leave, let's do that first. We have a response too. Let's bring out our jury and I'll discharge them for the day. Okay, so they're going to bring in the jury. They're going to discharge them for the day, and then they're going to find out about this answer to the distribution of drugs. Now I'm looking in. They're saying resort it to the charge. The charge is page 36 that I've seen in this charge. It's a 62 with intent to distribute controlled substance. Intent to distribute a controlled substance are the conspirator to distribute a controlled substance or possessed a controlled substance with the intent to distribute it. The conspirator did so knowingly and intentionally. The substance was, in fact, a controlled substance. Now I will explain several items. The word distribution means constructive or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or handed over to another. Distribution does not require a sale. Let's go down to 30 Magnolia. Go down to 36 and into 37. 6 into 37 with the distribution clearly shows right here, particularly the first page of 37 defines distribution right there. That answers your question. The very first line there. First 3 lines there. The word distribution means actual constructive or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered. That answers your question. Am I correct? It's right there. That's where I see it. Now, there's more to it in the language, but I mean, that pretty much summarizes it to me right there. Boom. Now let's read on. Let's see what we got. So I just wanted to, because they're going to refer back to this charge here. All rise. Juries enter. Judge says, per the jury's request, it is now 5 p.m., so we'll excuse you for the day. All right, no verdict today. That's it. Your question, we'll answer you tomorrow morning. I'm not going to bring you into the courtroom tomorrow morning. You just come in and start at 9. They're going to answer that question tomorrow. The question was, if an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? And clearly 37 here answers that question right there in front of your eyes. 37, right there. That answers the question. Yes. Yes, it does. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person. We answered your question, yours. Read the charge, page 37. 1 and 2 on 37. That answers your question right there. They asked the question. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? 1 and 2 on page 37 answers that question. Yes. Yes. All right. So we got a live scene outside the courthouse. We'll see who comes out. But we don't have a verdict today. But I will say, read the charge. The charge has distribution as the 8th element. So they might have already came with it. I'm sure they're not, they might be jumping around, but it seems like they probably got 1 through 7 already ironed out. Maybe. That's the last one. We shall see. Letitia, welcome to JLR Investigates. Wow. Miss Comey, I think the answer should say yes. Then point them back to the instruction. Yeah, tell her. Say it, Comey. Page 37, 1 and 2. It's right there. Answers the word yes. Right there. I would like a little more time to discuss it with the team. My initial reaction is that is not our proposal. What? It's right there. What's he talking about? It's right there. Why it's not your proposal? It's right there in the language. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person. And it goes on to say even or to cause it to be delivered, passed over, passed on, or passed over. Distribution does not require sale. It's right there. Page 37. So we shall see. Now he wants to confer. Big, big day. Jury will resume deliberations tomorrow. So he one day gone in the books. Oh boy, we'll be back. But I think they're ironing out, man. They're at the last element of the RICO, or they could be jumping ahead or some confusion or something. But I personally think, in my opinion, they're going down that charge and going through each and every one of them, and they might resolve the RICO already. If that's the case, then you got the sex trafficking or the other charges that could iron out quick, and we could have a verdict tomorrow afternoon. Maybe. The answer to the question is yes. It's yes. It's not a no. It's a yes. It's right there in the charge. So much for the intelligent scientist. Number 25. Yeah, the 25 was a scientist. Wow. All right, so we're just going to wait and see what the attorneys say here. We're also going to watch and see family, any reaction to them leaving the courthouse. Confer with the government and let us know by 6 p.m. if there is agreed language. Okay, so they're going to do this 45-minute conferring. So they're going to be around all day. We'll see the family leave out, but to me, it's a yes. So I don't know what the defense can. Court is adjourned. All right, so this is going to be an issue that they're going to share. So we're going to turn the volume on the feed and listen to see anyone coming out and listen in on family members that should be coming out of this courthouse. But yeah, no verdict today. That's the bottom line. Bottom line is no verdict today, folks. No verdict. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Somebody's screaming out there. I just want to see the family leave so everybody will leave here. So hopefully the feed stays up. Went off last time. But we will be here at 9 a.m. We'll be here at 8:15. All right, what's going on here? Some movement. They're moving for family to leave. Jory asked a question about the distribution of controlled substances. Our family's ready to rock. Sounds like it's a terrible sign for Diddy. Personally, who's coming out? Personally, I think it's a bad, really, really bad sign for Diddy here. The answer is yes. Just passing it on to someone else. The answer is yes. Case in point, another thing too, they've been all day looking at this case, the RICO, all day, the RICO menu. And the only question they have about RICO is one of the simplest ones. Think about that. Out of all the questions, they're asking the most simple one about drug distribution that's clearly there in the language. They had nothing confusing about the other RICO stuff. Bad sign for Diddy. Now, these are people coming out, spectators, streamers, people that attend the overflow room, the room itself. I think it's a very, very bad day for Diddy. Distribution, the action of sharing something out among a number of recipients. Yes. Louis, Blessed Island Girl says, I agree. It's simple. It's easy. They only need 2 RICO predicates for count 1. Distribution is part of the 8 predicates they can choose from. It's also the last one. And quite frankly, the easiest one. And they have a question on the easiest one. He distributed drugs to others by passing it over. Yes. At all. We'll continue to see what's being said. I think they ironed out all the RICO already. Very end, just to make sure. And if they're that far, you would think if they need to, the last one.